Very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Shankar Manoharan, a faculty member of the Department of Bioscience and Bioengineering at IIT Jodhpur. As your host for this event, and on behalf of IIT Jodhpur, I welcome all of you to this year's celebration of our National Science Day and wish you warmly on this momentous occasion. Today's event is a seminar series with 5 speakers. We will only have a few minutes for Q&A after every lecture. Time permitting, we will try to take a few questions after each talk. Those of us joining online, please post your questions in the chat box. The theme for today is India's journey in science and technology, aspirations to achievements. This theme was a conscious choice to highlight the rich yet largely unknown history of Indian science. Coincidentally, our celebrations today are also in the spirit of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav initiative of the Government of India, which aspires to commemorate 75 years of independence and the glorious history of India's scientific and technological advancements so far. Today, we celebrate the women and men of science in India who have enabled the technological revolution that has led India to its current position on the world stage. We are grateful that distinguished guests and speakers have graced this occasion as we tread the winding roads of Indian scientific history. On behalf of IIT Jodhpur, I'm privileged to welcome our speakers for today, Professor Chidambaram, Chairman, Board of Governors, IIT Jodhpur, Professor Sameer K. Brahmachari, former Director General of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research, Professor Barthamajunder, Distinguished Professor and Founding Director, National Institute of Biomedical Genomics, Professor Ashutosh Sharma, former Secretary, Department of Science and Technology, Government of India. We also have with us Mr. Pranay Lal, an author, biochemist, and public health expert for a counterintuitive and exciting popular science lecture. Today's hybrid event is being jointly organized with the MBM Engineering College and Narain Vyas University, Jodhpur. We are pleased to have with us today Professor K.L. Srivastava here at IIT Jodhpur. This event is also co-organized with the institution's Innovation Council, which is an initiative of the Ministry of Education. This event is being live streamed on YouTube, and we have participants across the state and nation. Today's celebrations are being co-organized with the Jodhpur City Knowledge and Innovation Cluster and are supported by the Vigyan Prasar Department of Science and Technology. Fortunately, these celebrations are also a part of Prometeo 2022, the National Technical and Entrepreneurial Festival of IIT Jodhpur. Without further delay, Shantanu Chaudhary, IIT Jodhpur, for his opening remarks. For the benefit of the participants joining from outside IIT Jodhpur, before taking charge as Director IIT Jodhpur, Professor Chaudhary has been a professor at the Department of Electrical Engineering at IIT Delhi since 1992. At IIT Delhi, he has served as the Dean Undergraduate Studies and has also served as the Director of the CSIR CERI in Pilani. He is a leading expert in the country on computer vision and artificial intelligence and has led and mentored in diverse areas of artificial intelligence applications, ranging from brain-computer interfaces, drones, digital health, and diagnostic imaging. He has extensively developed and used AI, IoT, AR, and VR technologies for transformational changes in the way we experience our heritage and culture. Professor Chaudhary is a recipient of the Distinguished Alumnus Award from IIT Kharagpur and also a fellow of several prestigious science and engineering academies in India and abroad. A keen researcher and a thorough academic, Professor Chaudhary has over 500 publications in peer-reviewed journals and conference proceedings. He also has to his credit several patents and is the author of several books. Professor Chaudhary, please, sir.
Good afternoon. Let me welcome all of you on behalf of IIT Jodhpur, an entire community of intellectuals and students and faculty and industrialists of Jodhpur to this Science Day event being organized in collaboration with all of them. The event is targeted towards bringing to the attention of young students and researchers about the past heritage, not really in heritage, past history of Indian science achievements, which is very distinctive and creditable. We must know them to prepare ourselves for future. And Prometeo, the festival that students are organizing at IIT Jodhpur, the core theme is to talk about and think about India in 30, 40, 50, 2030, 2040, 2050, which is very aligned with current vision exercise being taken up by the government of India for India 2047. And so this story of science and aspirations, which got built up along with the freedom struggle of national science and achievement and aspirations in that space, I think today we shall traverse through that and through the 75 years post-independence of what we have achieved. And also, we shall have occasion to look to forward. In fact, the celebration of past, present, and future is what I think would be the key point of today's Science Day celebration. With these few words, I would like to express my personal gratitude to the speakers who have kindly consented to grace the occasion and deliver their talks, and also the audience who have assembled physically as well as online for this event in a hybrid mode. Thank you, and I wish it will be really an illuminating experience for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary. It is now my privilege to introduce our first speaker, Professor R. Chidambaram, Chairman Board of Governors, IIT Jodhpur.
Okay, thank you. Professor Santanu Chowdhury, Professor Samir Brahmachari, Professor Barthamajunder, and Professor Ashutosh Sharma, and others if they are there. First, I must thank Professor Santanu Chowdhury, or really compliment him, for organizing this excellent program on India's journey from aspirations to achievements in the scientific field. So I've chosen the title is From Raman Effect to Nuclear Power. And of course, it happens also to be the National Science Day. You know, we celebrate 4 days in science and technology. February 28th, the day the discovery of the Raman effect was announced by him, because Raman undoubtedly was the greatest experimental physicist India has produced. Mathematics Day, December 22, the birthday of Srinivasa Ramanujan. I'll mention him again. Ramanujan, the natural, magical genius, as he has been called. Ingenious Day, September 20. Birthday of Mokshagundam Vishweswaraya, the greatest engineer, civil engineer India has produced. And Technology Day, May 11, the first day of the 1998 Pokhran test. Are you able to hear me clearly now? And see the slides? Hello? Santanuji? Hello? Are you able to see the slide and hear me?
Yes, we are able to see you, sir.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Sakshiji. Thank you. Now, we go ahead. See, when Raman got the Nobel Prize, and this is from a Vigyan Prasar science portal, when the Nobel Award was announced, he says, I saw it as a personal triumph, an achievement for me and my collaborators. But when I sat in that crowded hall in Sweden and saw the sea of Western faces surrounding me, and I the only Indian in my turban and closed coat, it dawned on me that I was really representing my people and my country. I truly felt humble when I received the prize from King Gustav. Then I turned around and saw the British Union Jack under which I had been sitting. And it was then that I realized that my poor country, India, did not even have a flag of her own. And it was this that triggered off my complete breakdown. I've seen Raman when I was a student in the Indian Institute of Science. He was a very strong person. And he's talking about his emotional breakdown. Today, 74 years after independence, the young people particularly, and also the older people, have huge opportunities to contribute to India's development in the future. You know, in this biography of Chandrasekhar written by Kameshwar Wali, Wali asked Chandrasekhar, how did India produce world-class scientists like Raman and Bose in 1920s? And Chandrasekhar's reply was, in the 20s, there was need for self-expression as a part of the national movement to show the West that in their own realm, we were equal to them. Some of you might have seen this comment by Sommerfeld on Raman, that when he announced the discovery of the Raman effect, he said, Sommerfeld said, India had suddenly emerged in competitive research as an equal partner with her European and American sisters. Today, the motivation, particularly aspiration, particularly for the young people, it should be to make India a developed country in the fullest sense of the term, and also a knowledge economy. Developed country in the sense, in an economic sense, and knowledge economy in the sense of developing new knowledge and the ability to appropriate knowledge generated anywhere in the world. Bhabha, you know, Arthur Koestler talks of two kinds of leaders, the yogi and the commissar. Yogi is the contemplative thinker, and commissar is a man of action. Most of us are a mixture of part this and part that. When look at Homi Jahangir Bhabha, you have unique mixture of both. At one time I was joking, he seems to be 100% yogi and 100% commissar, which of course arithmetically is absurd. See, many leaders, when they pass away, the whole system they have created collapses. Look at Bhamba, who died tragically in the air crash. Nothing happened really. Of course, we lost a great man who would have done much more for atomic energy. But he had created a leadership swarm around him. And so the atomic energy program continued to flourish. Bhabha was a renowned theoretical high energy physicist, pioneering work in Cambridge on electron-positron scattering, now known as Bhabha scattering. But then the other side of Bhabha, that he led to the development of the nuclear energy program. He thought of building nuclear reactors indigenously at a time when we were not even building bicycles indigenously. Bhabha was universally respected around the world, founder member of the International Atomic Energy Agency, and he was the president of the first Geneva Conference on the peaceful uses of atomic energy in 1955. the great Srinivasa Ramanujam. This is from the biography of Ramanujam by K. Srinivasa Rao. For the earlier biography, The Man Who Knew Infinity. And you'll see that his famous notebooks, 100 notebooks, 4,000 theorems, and either they were very obvious to him, the proofs, or he didn't think it necessary, but he gave them without any proof. And as the Cambridge mathematician Professor Hardy says, wonder with awe and admiration that these notebooks, there were no mistakes at all. Now, the fact that he did not write down the proofs turned out to be a boon to generations of great mathematicians like George Andrews, who discovered one of the lost notebooks. And they could find problems. The theorem came from the Ramanujam's notebook, and they worked out the proof of that, and enormous amount of research was carried out on that basis. Of course, the new applications of Ramanujam's work go on in even cryptography and in coding theory, and I don't think he ever thought that these applications will emerge from his fundamental work in mathematics. As Nobel laureate Chandrasekhar says, as long as people do mathematics, the work of Ramanujam will continue to be appreciated. Next slide. Now we are, maybe I'll mention it again later, artificial intelligence and robotics is a part of intelligence. And there are some people who are scared, even Stephen Hawking was scared, that if they go on increasing the intelligence of the robots, then one day we may have super intelligent robots, AI systems which may take over the world. I don't agree. And I don't agree, but I agree with Roger Penrose, who says that no algorithm or cybernetic machine created by man can be smarter than man himself. Raman was this example. And the reviewer of the book, Ezekiel Roth from Hebrew University, says, no enhancement of human intelligence, this means meaning artificial intelligence, opens a door to becoming a Ramanujam. And no algorithm is likely to produce robots with the abilities of Ramanujam. Coming to nuclear energy. Of course, India has developed in so many fields, but I will spend some time on nuclear energy. And the Director General of IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, when he visited BARC, he said, I would like to conclude by noting that India's remarkable success in the field of peaceful nuclear technology is an inspiration for many developing countries. You know, we have a large number of reactors working now. And I've always said, if you have a complex system, technical system, safety and reliability go together. In your own car, if the brake and the clutch and the steering don't give you trouble, likely it is very safe. It will not get involved in any accident. Same thing for any complex system, including nuclear reactors. If they work for a long time without giving you problems, then they are very safe systems. See, on December 10, 2018, the indigenously built unit of Kaiga pressurized heavy water reactor in Karnataka broke the world record for continuous operation, 941 days, which was built, which was till then held by. Of course, they broke the record when they crossed 851 days. They said 852 days. Then they had to shut it down, 941 days. It was shut down. Okay, next slide. Of course, we are all worried about climate change. Everybody is worried about climate change, global warming. and carbon dioxide emission. Carbon dioxide is one of the greenhouse gases, goes and settles upstairs, traps the infrared radiation trying to get out of the earth. And this is what causes global warming. Already more than 1 degree warming has taken place. And everybody has agreed that we can't allow it to go more than 2 degrees. From 1 degree, 1 more degree is left. Actually, they say better to control it at 1.5 degrees. And this International Panel on Climate Change says key measures to achieve mitigation goals include development of renewable energy, nuclear, and carbon capture and storage. But for the next 20, 30 years, we are going to burn coal. And that's why when I was a PSA, we started this program on the advanced ultra supercritical thermal plant. But you raise the steam to 700 degrees centigrade plus. Then, for the same amount of carbon dioxide or the same amount of power that you produce, you emit less carbon dioxide. Of course, global warming in the short run has led, of course, the northern hemisphere, Norway and Sweden, and Siberian people, they're very happy with global warming. But tropical countries are first affected, as you say, Stanford study, dragging down the economic growth in warm countries such as India and Nigeria. But in the long term, everybody is going to be affected. Next slide. This is India's in three-stage program set up during the plan produced during the time of Homi Bhabha and his colleagues. First, the heavy water reactors, as most of our reactors are, make plutonium out of uranium-238. Heavy water reactor, the isotope uranium-235 burns, undergoes fission. 238, which is most of it, 99% plus, part of it gets converted to plutonium. And plutonium is very good for fast breeders. It's called fast because it uses fast neutrons. Breeders, it's called because it produces more nuclear fuel than it consumes. And then you have got huge resource of thorium. Thorium will be kind of exposed to the neutrons, fast neutrons in these breeders, and will get converted to uranium-233, and hopefully in the long term, third stage, we will get into the plutonium, into the uranium-233, thorium-232 cycle. Of course, we can have additionalities of light water reactor. We don't have much experience in that except in our nuclear submarine. We are all, as I showed you, the slide which I showed you, the three-stage, means closing the nuclear fuel cycle. Open cycle means you just take the spent fuel, throw it away as waste, which is absurd because it contains so much of valuable nuclear resource. So in this paper, which we wrote myself, Sinha and Patwardhan, 2007, we have shown that if you do that, at some stage, the total power that you can get from available global nuclear resources, fuel resources, will come down, and then it will go down. On the other hand, if you close the cycle through plutonium, uranium-233, then it becomes a sustainable mitigation technology. That's what India is planning to do. Next slide. And of course, we take care of the environment. As you can see here, the beautiful environment around one of our reactors. Next slide. Of course, all reactors are like that only. And these are the projects under construction. More have been sanctioned by the government. Next slide. And artificial intelligence based or machine learning based expert systems have been implemented in the Indian nuclear power plants, decision support system, system-based intervention guideline management system, and then false alarm suppression, prognostics of plant equipment, robotics. Robotics is a part of artificial intelligence for surveillance and safeguards. Because the final decision in any reactor is not allowed to be taken by a machine, that's taken by the operator of the nuclear power plant. But all this data becomes available to. Next slide. These are the new projects which have been sanctioned, 10 700 megawatt reactors, and also this Russian light water reactors. One day we hope we will also be able to indigenize this light water reactor technology like we did the CANDU type of reactors. 220 megawatt imported first from Canada, and then now we've taken it up. We have taken it up to 700 megawatts, in between 540 megawatts. They are all totally indigenous design. Next slide. See, once I and the former Director General of IAEA, Mohammed Al Barade, were talking, and I told him that if you close the nuclear fuel cycle, as I explained to you, with plutonium, the same uranium will give you 50 times more power or even more. But if you close it using also thorium, so you go into the thorium uranium 233 cycle, we can draw perhaps 600 times more power from the same quantity of uranium. And that's the slide I showed you. So the use of closed nuclear fuel cycle with thorium 233 added. In fact, he asked me, can we then say nuclear energy then becomes renewable energy? I said, let us be a little modest. We'll say near renewable energy. Of course, there is also plenty of heavy hydrogen and also uranium in seawater. Next slide. These are, you see, nuclear is not just nuclear electricity and nuclear weapon. There is practically no field of activity, societal activity from which nuclear is absent. You can see here food preservation. We are able to kill the bacteria in this before packaging. Shelf life goes up. You package and then you expose it to radiation. Same thing with medical supplies. It can only be limited to those which can be given this kind of treatment. So there's a Bhabha for radiation treatment of cancer, using gamma radiation. Water resources you can check using these techniques. I've also done under the Rohtang in Uttarakhand. And so many other possibilities are there in gamma radiation for industrial safety and so on. Radiography, of course. Next. Today, advanced technologies are multidisciplinary. In fact, all disciplines are getting multidisciplinary. Physics, chemistry, and biology. Very difficult. Yeah. I think somebody else is trying to give a talk. Can you please mute other guys? Anyway, I was mentioning about physics, chemistry, and biology. Where is the boundary now? In fact, if you take density functional theory, as I may mention a little later, the theoretical chemists use it as much as theoretical condensed matter physicists. Look at the Nobel Prize for Venki Ramakrishnan. The Nobel Prize was in chemistry. The structure he solved was the ribosome, which is of course a biological material. Techniques is used are physical techniques. Same thing is true for technologies. To build a nuclear power plant or space launch vehicle or advanced fighter aircraft in mission-oriented agency, they are not one technology. They are multidisciplinary. Disciplines are involved. And of course, they are all within an same institution. When I started this program on the advanced ultra supercritical thermal plant, then we had to bring in 3 organizations who could do that. They were BHEL, who are designers of power engineering equipment, NTPC, who are, of course, the utility, and it was a major materials problem. So we brought in IGCA, who are the experts in materials, because if they can do it fast beta reactors, there's no problem for them to do it for advanced ultra supercritical thermal plant. World over, giant science and technology projects also involve several countries, and India is in many of them as an equal partner. See, I remember when I was sharing the Board of Governors in 94, 95, I'm saying, the International Atomic Energy Agency, one Western member of the board, yes, not the board, but of the, among the, in the meeting, he said the developed countries are suffering from donor fatigue. That is when I developed this phrase, equal partner. I don't want any of you to, I want, will collaborate in science and technology project, but as an equal partner. Next slide. There's a very nice author. Here's Nassim Nicholas Taleb. Some of you might have read his book, The Black Swan. Black Swan is an unusual event because Black Swan, you expect the swan to be white. Black Swan means unusual event, but with serious consequences. Then he developed this phrase anti-fragile. You see, if something is robust, it will be resistant to shocks. No change. But if it is fragile, it will break down. But he coined the phrase anti-fragile as under stress, it will become better and better. And there are bacteria, for example, even probably COVID, so that drug resistant bacteria, or even there is antibiotic talk about anti antibiotic resistance. This is also, I have set up a nuclear program. Of course, the technology denials in the earlier stages, we have resisted and overcome the shocks of that. I remember when I was director of BARC, I defined self-reliance not as trying to do everything yourself. Doesn't make any sense to me. It's a complex system all over the world. They buy subsystems from outside. But if anything is denied to you, including the proverbial wheel, you must have the capability to do it yourself. That's why I define self-reliance as immunity against technology denial. Today we are strong enough, we're very strong, getting stronger. We should learn to leverage international cooperation. We are doing it already to strengthen our own initiative. Like I'll see in the next. Before I go to that, let me make a brief mention of Pokhran. Pokhran was a totally indigenous effort because we had major support from one of the DRDO labs. Most of the work is BARC, Terminal Ballistics Research Lab. When we had to design explosive lenses, the initiative came from. But look at the physics of it. How many disciplines are involved? Shockwave physics, condensed matter physics, material science, nuclear neutron physics, radiation hydrodynamics. If you are building and radiation matter interaction physics, if you are building a thermonuclear device, and then advanced electronics and control systems and fabrication and processing technologies over a wide range. And that's why all this led us to an accurate prediction of the weapon yields. Because there were limitations when you, with the shaft that we had available, maximum we could test for 45 kilotons. But all the physics principles have been tested. That's why I wrote in this paper in 2008 that the carefully planned series of tests carried out by us gave us the capability to design confidently and build nuclear weapons up to 200 kiloton. Of course, a lot of work has been since done. Next slide. This is one diagram of sharing of nuclear weapons knowledge. And as everyone knows, there was sharing between US, UK, and France. France gave it to Israel probably to South Africa, Russia to China, China to Pakistan. But they all realized that India stands alone. That means we did no spying. And since all capabilities existed within our organization, there was no need to seek the help of anybody. Next slide, please. Of course, as I said, we go for international cooperation, equal partner basis. We have the Large Hadron Collider in Geneva, which we saw the Higgs boson. That all the, in this, what happens, protons are going around in 26-kilometer circumference circle. Two of them, two orbits, opposite direction. Once in a while, they are brought together. And when they brought together, energy disappears. And you have to read good old Einstein equation backwards. When mass disappears, you get energy. That's how we get nuclear energy, fission or fusion. But if energy disappears, you have to produce new particles. And they had to accelerate it to several tera electron volt before they got the Higgs boson. And we contributed all the sextupole, octupole, and decapole superconducting corrector magnets, 1,800 of them to this orbit. The charged particle proton is bent by dipole magnets. Then it is corrected by these corrector magnets. And then that's ITER, International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. Our collaborator in the Indian side is the Institute of Plasma Research. Next slide. As you can see, one of the main things they are contributing is this largest cryostat built in the world, being built by L&T Hazira. The base has already been installed last year. I'm sure other things will happen very fast. Next slide. See, centers of nanoelectronics should come up, part of India's achievements. I remember a meeting which Arun Shauri was chairing. I said that we missed the microelectronics revolution. We shouldn't miss the nanoelectronics. Shauri, who spoke after me, said if the PSI says we shouldn't miss, I'm asking him what is he doing about it. So I told him, give me 100 crores. I'll fund 2 centers of excellence at the best possible places. That was Institute of Science and IIT Bombay, and they have become, as you can see, don't want to go into more details, how many papers have come, projects, and how much of international. Both of them are among the best centers of nanoelectronics in the world. Next. We also have the Indian National Network, which is connecting 1,600 knowledge institutions in the country. It's a research and education network, and it is already connected to the CERN grid, the European Union grid, the Internet 2 grid of the United States, and it's very good for collaboration, both national within the country and with outside international. Next one. Cyber security becomes the most important, one of the most important things today. The moment you have data moving from one place to another, it can be hacked. And they are also getting smarter, while the cyber defenders are getting smart. They are also learning to use AI and ML. And of course, we have many institutions working on this. The NTRO, National Technical Research Organization, SETS, under the PSA's office, and NTA, this National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection is part of MIC, designated National Nodal Agency. SETS is working in frontline fields like It's in Chennai, funded by the PSA's office. Blockchain, quantum cryptography, also post-quantum cryptography, and all these. And we have prepared a report. SETS has prepared a report under the chairmanship of Professor Ravindra Balaraman, IIT Madras, on what we should be doing on this artificial intelligence for cyber security, and also cyber security for artificial intelligence. Works both ways. Next slide. Data security, very important. I got this slide from a young mathematics professor in IIT Jodhpur, and he tells 3 ways. So I requested him for this slide. Encryption, we all know, but you can also do fingerprinting and watermarking. And all these are now possible for getting data security. Next slide. See, this is the chain: research, development, delivery. Research, you create knowledge, develop it, and then you have to deliver it. You want to deliver it to industry, then the development phase has to be strengthened. In case of rural development, the delivery phase has to be strengthened. The academia industry interface, when you have to strengthen, it is specific to each technology. We had created, for example, the machine tools. And IIT Madras has created under Professor Ramesh Babu, Mechanical Engineering Department, has made the world's best grinding machine tool. And in rural technology, we have a number of programs under ROTAG, which is centered in 7 IITs, and is an open platform innovation strategy. It does both technology transfer, what Harvard Business School call knowledge brokering. What the Harvard Business School guys say, all innovations are new, old innovations packaged for a new environment. And we can do that for rural development and, of course, scaling of innovations. I've been very much interested in this because I've noted that for a person near the poverty line, her quality of life is a very non-linear function of his or her income. Whereas if you double my salary, my quality of life doesn't change. What changes possibly is my bank account. Next slide. India for dreams, coming to the end of my talk, is an India which is economically developed, where the human development index is high. An India which is scientifically advanced, with a knowledge economy, with the ability to generate new knowledge and appropriate knowledge generated anywhere in the world, and an excellent RDI ecosystem. Excellence in basic research, including what I have called directed basic research, excellence in applied research, technology development, R&D-led innovation, and of course, all this has to be backed by high-quality manufacturing skills. We also want an India which is militarily strong. Of course, some sections I mentioned in India are already very highly developed, and we should have an appetite for risk-taking. Phil Rosenweis, in his book, This Idea is Brilliant, edited by John Brockman, says, when it comes to technology breakthroughs or launching new products, better to act and feel than feel to act. If you are afraid of venturing into new technologies and want only proven technologies, and proven technologies, I have said, are a synonym for obsolete technologies, you will have to learn to take risks. And if you want to be a leader, and that surely the young people want to be leaders. And Nobel laureate Abhijit Banerjee also says, poor people take up low risk, low return projects because they fear the risk. So they remain poor. The same thing is true for research. And last slide, to be present in the frontiers of science and technology, we need the term which I coined, coherent synergy in our SMT activities. Synergy is always there in our activities, but coherence involves, among other things, space-time relationship, develop it at the right time so that India gets maximum benefit out of it. Knowledge economy, which we all want India to be, needs both a technology superstructure. But you can't build the technology superstructure without the foundation of higher education and basic research. And should have, this is what I said before, India should have the ambition to be the first introducer of new technologies, advanced technologies. After, of course, due diligence, take care of their techno-economic viability, assurance about their safety and so on. And let me worth repeating what I said before, the so-called proven technologies, unless subjected to continuous evolutionary improvements, are often a synonym for obsolete technologies. So I think I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Illuminating address.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
It was a delight not only to be reminded of the scientific history of our great country. Thank you again, sir, for that wonderful address. We apologize for the technical issues. It is now my pleasure to introduce Professor Samir Brahmachari, our next speaker for the day. Professor Brahmachari is currently an academic professor of the Academy of Scientific and Innovative Research. He was a former director of the CSIR Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology. He has served as a Director General of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research and as the Secretary to the Government of India, heading the Department of Scientific and Industrial Research. He currently mentors various startups in the areas of genomic diagnostics and digital health. He also serves as the chief mentor of the Open Source Drug Discovery, a CSIR India-led initiative of global participants aimed at developing drugs for neglected tropical diseases. He is the recipient of numerous national and international awards, such as the Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize, the J.C. Bose Medal of the Indian National Science Academy, the Banga Bibhushan Award, which is the highest civilian award by the government of West Bengal, and the Distinguished Alumnus Award from the Alumni Association of the Indian Institute of Science, to cite a few. He has been awarded several Doctor of Science degrees, honoris causa, by several universities. Professor Brahmachari is a fellow of the major science academies of India and also a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering. He is also a fellow of the World Academy of Sciences and the European Society of Preventive Medicine. Professor Brahmachari has kindly agreed to share with us today why he is proud to be a player and a spectator of post-independent India's scientific journey. Professor Brahmachari, the virtual stage is all yours, sir.
Thank you. If you can create the screen, I can see Dr. Chidambaram or Ashutosh Sharma, somebody, I'll be very happy. Okay. I don't know whether to thank Shantanu, a director IITJ, because he pestered me during my social visit to Calcutta that I have to give this talk. I am also thankful to CGCRI director and the CSR lab from where I'm speaking, because I was worried that I may not be able to speak. I'll not have a good connectivity from home. But I'm surprised that IITJ had so much technical difficulties. I'm not here to praise Indian science, nor am here to say how great India was 4,000 years back of civilization. We gave the world a zero. Nor I'm going to say and talk about how India solved all the problems of the world, of imagination, of thinking how we could think of a Pushpak Biman or mythological characters giving credit to that. We actually thought of all this. I'm here to tell that in post-independent India, how did you do well? Whether did you do at all? But in my title, I've said proud to be a player and a spectator. I'm very proud that I was born in independent India. I have that advantage. And as Dr. Chidambaram mentioned, that when C.V. Raman got his Nobel Prize, he realized that he's not an Indian. So they were all subject of the British Raj. We had extraordinary theoretical scientists. S.N. Bose, then we had Ramanujam, Meghnad J.C. Bose, and then experimental scientists, P.C. Ray, J.C. Bose. So sometime I felt I wish I was born 50 years before in Bengal, not in 50s in Bengal, because then I would have had wonderful colleagues of these brilliant minds to interact with. And also, imagine the Tagore, the philosophy, Vivekananda, every possible ideological, great leaders were there. We also had discovery of malarial parasite in Calcutta. We had discovery of cholera toxin by S.N. Dey. All this happened very early in India, and when we were still not independent. Cholera toxin was little later than that. Now, my question is, when a young person asks me, every time I give a talk, young people will ask me, sir, why do we have Nobel Prize in India since C.V. Raman? So technically, I'll say the nation was very poor. We have to visualize what was India in 1950s. So I'm lucky that although I did not grow up in Maharashtra or Tamil Nadu, South India, but I had the great opportunity of interacting with the institutions, like Professor G.N. Ramachandran, C.N. Rao, several people, M.M. Sharma, Govind Swarup, R.M. Mashelka. So lots of leaders of Maharashtra and South India who actually made a difference. So I asked myself a question, how could these people, especially GNR or Shanti Sharu Bhatnagar, could imagine of building institution or do science of global nature in a country whose life expectancy was 32 in independence, poverty was everywhere. We did not make even a cycle or an alpine. So I think young generation, I divide this country into post-Maruti and pre-Maruti era. So what I want to tell, if you look at India, it was a very poor country in 1950s. To 70s, we became little moderately developing country. By 19s, we became aspirational nation. And by 2022 or 2020, we are as good as anybody else in the world in doing things. Now, question is, did science and technology play a role? And if so, what is that I saw as a spectator? And where I could play my own role in this journey. If you look back historically, Institute of Science was built not by British, but by the then Tata, J.N. Tata, as an unborn child, and that's how it was embarrassing for British to accept to build science. So science was not a culture promoted by British rule. In 1900 in India, it was Maharaja of Mysore who gave the land, and the money he gave, and British had to match. So you can see Institute of Science could be one of the earliest birth, and then came J.C. Bose Institute, cultivation, a smaller institution. If you really historically look at, we did not pursue science in pre-independent India as a collective endeavor when world was awakening and doing this in Europe, America, big structures and activities. We were a poor nation. In 1942, as a war effort, the BSIR was born with a meager 10 lakh rupees deposit. So they had one expenditure. And it is only in 1947, due to persuasion of Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar, this was converted into a Council of Scientific Industrial Research when BSIR was dissolved. I had the privilege of reading early documents of how it was imagined and what was done. So sometime I realized when somebody asked me why there was Nobel Prize, I said the first priority was the nation needed to do something for the people of the country. So entire institutions, even the institute I'm sitting today, glass and ceramic, were built with a purpose. We had to import porcelain, toilet, sink, everything. How do we make ourselves? So whether it was National Metallurgical Laboratory, National Chemical Laboratory, Glass and Ceramic Laboratory, all these institutions, the first 14 were built by Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar in a small period of about 9 years, in an extraordinary speed, which are linked to the industry in the beginning. So Indian science, when I look at the best mind of our students who came in 50s, there was a pride to do science. I'm sure Dr. Chidambaram will agree with me. The clarion call of the nation to bring young people to do science not only allowed some Indians to go abroad, 1,000 Indians to go abroad, learn, practice science and come back, plus also people came back. And these are the best mind of India. They were asked to build this nation. And these are the people who built the institutions which are the present, where our young generation have grown. And I'm also privileged to be part of that. So therefore, salute to those who took challenge to bring food to the hungry, get Amul baby food to every child of this. How did we happen? Just imagine, we have got independent. We have to start our election process. And the Nehru realizes that we have to import the ink to do the voting process. He goes to NPL and asks, can we do it? And within a short period, the indelible ink was developed. And many of you will be surprised that even today, CSIR earns royalty out of that indelible ink because many countries, democratic countries, uses this today. Even COVID time, this was used to know to give quarantine, who has to go to quarantine. So you can see, then comes, we had the buffaloes milk. We had a lot more buffaloes than cow. The world wanted us to import milk powder from Sweden and other places. Again, the government approached CFTRI, and I think Dr. Subramanian, and they said, can we, it is high-fat milk, can we make milk powder using this high-fat milk? You have to imagine, there were no refrigerators in nobody's home. So therefore, a fresh milk reaching to the children were very difficult. So therefore, it is CFTRI who brought out early days to create milk powder that became the famous Amul milk powder. Because it was like a different technology when you handle high-fat milk. What I'm trying to say, in 50s, nation's focus to use his best mind not to make a discovery, but to find solutions to the problem that were challenging. And so then we start building institutions. We built IITs in 56, 57, 60, and each IIT was built with a hope that these are the people who are gifted, who will be lifted, and they will lift the rest. If you know about MIT, I'm addressing some of the, I hope some of the students of IITs are listening to me. You know, I have gone to MIT. The Route 128 of MIT is created. It's like if you take Route 128 of MIT, around the technologies that has come out of MIT, the industries that has grown, its GDP may be larger than some countries. So how come when I go to IIT Kanpur or IIT Kharagpur, that roads around, people are so poor? When 50,000 students over years have gone up and down to the railway station, why they haven't solved it? So therefore, our premise that we will lift the gifted and gifted will lift the rest, this did not happen. So our first model failed, that we focused on institutions to build very ivory towers and institutions, which actually got disconnected from what nation needs. So we were not lucky. But then what happened? Then came 70s. I'm sure many of you were not born, but some of the faculties were born by 70 who are there listening to me. In Bangladesh war, till that time we were getting PL 480 wheat, and we were depending on American PL 480 things. So the wheat will come and then hungry Indians will get food. We were still poor. We had to stand in the queue for kerosene. We didn't have enough milk until the Korean made a difference and we became the milk surplus. So you can see we were focused, institutions and individuals were focused to solve the problems. It's like a lower middle class nation who cannot have a larger aspiration of doing science. Same time, you have Govind Sarup sitting in TIFA is dreaming of building the largest radio telescopes in the world. Amazing. When I read this book on life matters, this book, Space, Life Matter, I actually get surprised that how this imagination of scientists like Govind Sarup could actually think and dream. Imagine Vikram Sarabhai thinking about India will be a space power. He hasn't seen it happen, but it has happened. So it is important today not to be bogged down by what we don't have, but what we can have. The aspiration and imagination was never bogged down by the economic status of this nation or the people. But the best mind has to work on it. Now, if you look at 1958 first policy, science policy, it clearly states that scientists are the nation's asset. And by making scientists the nation's asset, like as known, I can tell you, I used to tell Dr. Bhargava that those days, if you go to Times of India matrimonial in 60s, you will see the requirement that says Indian Foreign Service or scientists. You know why? A good boy is a potential foreign service and scientist, because that time dollar had high value. The scientists were the only other people than Indian Foreign Service who could actually go abroad and bring some dollars, because if you have dollar, you can buy a Bajaj Chetak scooter, you can get a gas out of line, you can get a telephone number, all these things, materialistic things you could get. So scientists were of high value. Came 70s, the nation was faced with, one side Pokhran, another side we demonstrated our strength, and second time we just went to war and liberated Bangladesh. So we had a severe sanction from US, PL 480 was withdrawn, and the Nature wrote that 10 million Indians will go hungry, and front page, and then Mrs. Gandhi called scientist. So again, you can see the leadership is an important component. So scientists cannot do all by itself. Their leadership has to have a faith And the relationship between Nehru and the Bhatnagar created so many institutions. This demand on scientists that we have to do some problem solving, we have to produce food surplus. 5 years later, so it is the role of Swaminathan and team, Indian Agricultural Research Institute, that played a role. And we became, in 5 years later, the same nature rights from begging bowl to bread basket. Now, what did CSIR do? That time we didn't have tractors. We were importing tractors. So CMNI Durgapur was asked to build tractors, and that built the tractor, and which was called Swaraj. So again, this name was given because it was told that we got freedom from hunger. And this freedom from hunger, the real Swaraj, not the 1947 independence alone. Same time, we needed pesticides. We needed catalysts to produce things, and NCL was producing those. So there was a glass barrier. The world was controlling catalysts. Nobody can break through. But then National Chemical Laboratory of CSIR came up. So what I'm trying to say, in 70s, we were denied supercomputer. I'm sure Chidambaram will remember. IBM went away. When IBM went away, we asked Coca-Cola to go. Then CFTRI came with thumbs up. So we have always been trying to solve problems. And that's how the Param, that's how the flow solver, all these computers were built. And they actually allowed our space program, atomic energy program, and even atomic energy supercomputer, I think in Hyderabad, I've forgotten. All this actually allowed what you enjoy today when you watch an IPL. The transponders have gone up. We feel secured because we are able to communicate. We can handle tsunami. We can handle typhoon. So you can see the Indian science, post-independent, till 90 was busy solving problems. It is like elder brother of a family which parents are very poor. He cannot have aspiration, and his job and role will be to see how the entire family can be protected. He can be the breadwinner, and that is what Indian science did post-independence, first 40 years. As I said, I wish our IITs created human resource, and we gave about $1 trillion of human resource to United States and created Silicon Valley's support system. We are glad that people like Shantanu are in this country. We have several people like Ashutosh Sharma is in this country, many, many people who are in this country. And that's what I say, 10% of those people, including Narain Murthy's of India, who made what it is today. So we actually worked with a 10% of our strength. I often call Indian science is an outcome of a toned milk where the cream has been given away to Silicon Valley. Now, still you can make good yogurt on toned milk. You can still make a good lassi, and still you can make a good ice cream. So therefore, my story is, and I was not lucky to have those associations of the great scientists of the past, but I was very lucky to land up in G.N. Ramachandran's laboratory in 70s. When I met him, I had very little idea how big his contribution was. I again going back and imagine 1950s. Here is a young man of 29 years old who was a student of C.V. Raman, goes to Madras, and he wants to solve a structure. What is the situation? We have the college trip, the alpha helix of hair structure has been solved, the fibrous protein. The double helix of the DNA has been solved. And he is looking for a problem, and he took up the largest protein in the body called collagen, his triple helical structure. What an audacity that you have to build a Radenhouse generator. You have to build a generator yourself. Look at compare with the Francis Crick and Watson. They had the Rosalind Franklin, already the X-ray from Bragg's laboratory. They had already Chargaff's principle. So they on this. But G.N. Ramachandran had nothing. He had depended on CSIR to get an tendon collagen and could take a diffraction, which is very poor. I was lucky to work on them subsequently. And then he could predict every third residue has to be glycine from pure composition, and the triple helical structure was modeled. Look at the courage and imagination. Take the inspiration. I tell to the young people, look at this and take that. So I got that inspiration that nothing is a problem if you have courage to challenge problems and take up science. So I was lucky that I was given a research problem to solve how hydroxyproline stabilizes collagen. And I was very glad to say I could figure out during my PhD that how actually hydroxyproline, why scurvy disease happens, and why hydroxylation of proline is important in collagen, and how it imparts triple helical stability. I take this pride to say to young generation that in 70s, we could do that science and publish this paper in Proceedings of National Academy of Sciences. So, you know, there is nothing that you cannot do if you do not aspire. So I saw Shishekharan, I'm sure Chidambaram will recall, his courage to challenge the double helical structure of right-handed Denix, can it be left-handed? Yes, Alex Sich brought out a crystal structure left-handed. So the courage to challenge the established paradigm and then take it up and see whether you can create novelty in the work is what I learned as a spectator and as a small player. GNR's discoveries of triple helical structure of collagen led to the discovery of 5-psi map, which became the hallmark, even today it's the hallmark of a protein crystal structure solution. I always wondered, what was the difference between Francis Crick and Watson versus G.N. Ramachandran and Shishekharan? So I realized that Francis Crick and Watson were sitting in Cambridge surrounded by biologists. G.N. Ramachandran and Shishekharan was sitting in Madras, then in Bangalore, not necessarily surrounded by colleagues and friends of biology. So if you read the paper of Nature, Francis Crick says, it has not escaped our notice. The structure of double helical structure of DNA will explain hereditary and genetic transformation. Whereas G.N. Ramachandran did not say, it has not escaped our notice, that if every third residue of collagen, one glycine is replaced by another amino acid, there will be a genetic disorder. It's only Janesh did the transgenic mice and demonstrated that a single mutation in one glycine residue will completely destroy the structure of collagen. So therefore, I learned it is important to work with the biologists while you are a structural biology or physicist, and you have to learn and eventually learn to work with geneticists. Now, so I had the privilege of working in a poor country in 70s, then developing countries in 90s. So the question became, if you look at the DNA structure, you realize in Francis Crick in 1980 told, and Crick and Urgel wrote a Nature paper and said that the all repetitive DNA are junk. And junk DNA has no function. And junk DNA, any effort to identify function of the junk DNA is not only futile, but intellectually sterile. I was a young faculty at Molecular Biophysics Unit. I read this paper. I was working on polypeptides and repetitive DNA structure. And I believe that a structural variability of DNA on a sequence-dependent fashion, as proposed by Shishekharan, can only be experimentally proved if one works on those regions of the genome, both synthetic and natural. So what did I think? I thought, if this is true, if Francis Crick and Urgel is true, then it's okay. I tried to work on it and didn't work. But if they're not true, then I will be breaking grounds and we can create a new field. And I'm glad to say that a large many years of work, 20 years of work, 30 years of work with Dr. Mitali Mukherjee has written down in an article that which our work on repetitive DNA actually led to the development of genetic tests, neurological disorder, and in 90s, we realized that repetitive DNA instability causes both cancer as well as repetitive DNA expansion could cause to neurological disorder. And I'm very proud to say this work was taken from Indian Institute of Science all the way to Center for Biochemical Technology, which is known today as Institute of Genomics and Integrative Biology. So what did I say? That you don't have to be bogged down just because the most tolerant person. So in 80s, I heard Sidney Brenner, and Sidney Brenner, in his talk, said the same thing, that don't get bogged down by a tall person saying something. He said even Francis Crick could not predict splicing. He said even in front of Francis Crick, he was telling that even Francis Crick could not predict splicing. So therefore, you have never ever accept what is the dogma in biology, continue to go ahead and do. So I recall today Barthamajunder is there. So can we do ordinary scientists to do extraordinary science? And my learning is from ISRO. ISRO do not have large number of IITs or brilliant MIT scientists, but large number of Indian engineers and scientists who have done extraordinary job. And I'm sure if you have seen the movie Mangalyaan, you will understand that what extraordinary job was done by space scientists to send and utilize the gravitational forces between the Earth and the Mars. So, you know, this sort of brilliant science was not, what I meant until 90s, we were struggling to do science with limited resource, solving our problems. 90s, India became liberal, and we opened up economy. And it's my perception, maybe right, may not be wrong, maybe wrong, that the best mind of India suddenly realized that we should move to do things where we can earn more money. And it took away the India's success in information technology, also took away large number of scientists, engineers who could have become a PhD and all away. So my learning from CSIR, I could see the number of people who retired as who were IIT doctorate and CSIR scientists retiring. We did not get IIT doctorate coming in. I can tell you, Gagan Pratap, JEE topper, did PhD in aerospace. But we didn't get a JEE topper to come. You know, only JEE topper we have is Anurag Agarwal in Indian Science, who is a CBSE topper. So you actually lost best of our scientists' potential who could have fetched Nobel Prize in 90s to 2005 when when the infrastructure started better, when the investment was better, when leadership of Chidambaram, so many people made sure that a lot more money comes to the system. C.N.R. Rao made sure. So therefore, this is a dichotomy. We suddenly got a lot of resources. We got computers, we got everything, open economy, we could import chemicals, everything happened. But suddenly we lost our best mind not coming to science. So this brought me to 2005. 2005, we created large number of ISRs, and there was a huge expansion of IIT system. And my belief, this attracted a very strong, brilliant students. So by the time I moved to Delhi and became aspirational to build genomics in this country, again, I'll show you an example. I think Dr. Chidambaram will recall, India made the first color black and white television in C.D. Pilani, and ECL was the one who manufactured and put it into Prime Minister's office. I looked at the note, that the Planning Commission note, which said there were proposals to make color television, and the idea was there is no future for color television in India, and nobody will buy, so we did not pursue. So, but today every home has a color television and made in Korea or Japan or in China. So our policy failure leads to scientists' aspirational fall, and scientists gives up and goes away from the system. Same thing happened in solar energy. In 1970s, NPL was holding more patent in solar energy than many, many developed world. Unfortunately, we did not think the solar energy will be important, and it was not pursued. In 1995, genomics was in there. I was very fortunate to get a part of the, I saw in 85, I was in Charles Cantor's laboratory in a summer, and there the genomics was born. I could, why Charles the Lazy called them and to figure it out what genomics will be the future. I was shocked to see how people were dreaming of a project of a $3 billion, when we could do hardly 200 nucleotides of DNA sequencing. We're talking about 3 billion nucleotide sequencing. This imagination was so large. I saw Andrei Mirza-Bekov thinking of a chip of hexanucleotide, which will actually solve the sequencing. I saw Edward Southern printing oligonucleotide on glass slides. I saw Charles Cantor as a head of DOE genomics project. So I was very fortunate that I came across these brilliant people in late 80s. And I was elected to Hugo in 1990. I was very fortunate that Hugo decided that genome should not become a proprietary and lead to a Cold War, and the information should be shared. So the elected people across the world, and if I recall correct, me and Dr. Notani were the first two Indians were inducted into Hugo elected. I was lucky because Andrei Mirza-Bekov of Russia became, and the Charles Cantor of America were the vice presidents of the Russia and America, and both were very closely, so I was interacting with them. As a result, I was elected. I had the privilege of the information flow. There was no gene bank, there was no internet data like this, so we used to have newsletters. So why I'm saying this, in 1995, I was dreaming of genomics in India. I could visualize that the genomics play a big role in 20 years down the road. Unfortunately, at Indian Institute of Science, when we made a proposal for 9th plan to build a genomic center, many scientists felt that this is a technical thing, it has no future. So I had only 2 votes out of 54 votes, and the idea was dropped. But I didn't want to drop that idea. I believed, I actually got a job in Max Planck, Göttingen. I could have run away, but I thought, what will my grandchildren think? That you knew 20 years later genomics would be important for the nation, and you went away. So I decided to shift from beautiful, salubrious weather of Bangalore to hostile weather of Delhi and take a small institute called Center for Biochemical Technology and to build the Institute of Genomics, what you know today, integrative biology. It would not have happened if Indian trained Mitali Mukherjee, Debashish Dash, Beena Pillai would not have joined CBT. They joined with a belief that India can do it. None of them went abroad. None of them were trained to, they've never seen those machines that we brought. We imagined that there'll be robots, there'll be machines, there'll be large number of sequencers. And we were lucky that Department of Biotechnology, Manju Sharma, believed in us and actually supported us. And Dr. Mashelkar has the confidence to let a small institute of CBT undertake this courageous journey to build Institute of Genomics. And today you all know, in the post-pandemic era, how that institute has done. When in 200 days, the Feluda diagnostics and empty check, Tata empty check was developed, some people say, wow. I said, yes. It was a story. A Picasso was sitting in a cafe. A small girl came and asked, can you sketch my face? So Picasso said, okay. He sketched something in 3 minutes and gave her. And then girl said, can I have it? He said, 1 million francs, 1 million francs. He said, 1 million francs for this 3 minutes work? He said, yes, but behind is my 70 years of experience. So it is 20 years of effort to build genomics at IGIB is actually paid off 200 days of developing diagnostics or to do genomic surveillance, sequencing, everything to do, provide India, whether it is the Omicron or Deltacron or Alpha, BA, B2, all these exercises is exactly. So, I always believed that we can't do actually kills more dreams than anything else. It can't be done. So India cannot do it. So I tell to the young people, just don't listen to the old people. Don't listen to anybody who tells you that it cannot be done. 34 unicorns have been formed this year from startup. Who believed it when government announced that we will be a startup nation? Stand-up nation, startup nation. Everybody made ridicule. I've seen television making fun. Okay, so look at it, what we have done wonders. So therefore, don't listen to anybody say that you cannot do it. I am telling this for the young people. Then what happened? I'm sure Partha will recall, we wanted to build the genetic landscape of India. Partha and I sitting in Calcutta, we had a bet. Can we do it in 5 years? He said, it's impossible in this country. But I'm glad that I own that bet. And with 158 co-authored paper, 2 papers, with 24 PI, we actually built the genetic landscape of India, the first nation to build a complete comprehensive map. I'm sure Partha in his talk maybe mentioned some of this work. What is interesting is, if you go to Calcutta Museum, an anthropology department, the last panel, it actually shows that paper, which was published in Journal of Genetics, because it was not accepted in last minute. Nature Genetics rejected it. So we published in Indian Journal of Genetics in the academic journal. So what? It has been more cited than any papers, I think, published in that journal. So therefore, I believe it is Indian science has come of age in 2005. It is the young generation, Vyas students, new generation of IIT students who believe that they can make a difference. So those unicorns has come of those 90s, those who could have become scientists but decided to become engineers, IT, entrepreneur, make money, and then eventually they're making unicorns. So it is 2005 ISAR students. Last 20 years, 15 years, the students that we produce, they are the future. This is where we have invested money on the best mind, giving them best facilities and best people who actually can fetch international recognition, solve big national problems while solving big global problems. So in 2007, I realized that the entire healthcare sector is actually controlled by large pharmaceutical industries. I don't know how many of you realize that India is the pharmacy of the world. Today, I'm sure when the vaccine came, you have seen how much criticism happened for Covaxin because it is indigenously developed. But now we all know that Covaxin gets a very good protection even with the variation. And that's why I took Covaxin and not any other vaccine. But people were saying, oh, we should get Pfizer vaccine. So, it is Indian scientists itself. Leaders actually do not support Indian science. So therefore, I will say to Indian scientists and young scientists, just don't listen to them. This incident happened in 2007 when I came up with the idea that we should do open source drug discovery. Otherwise, nobody's going to put money for $300 million TB drug or any drug, and we should go open source. Now, where did I learn this? Look at the open source Linux as created today. Large all supercomputers of the 95% of the world, supercomputers run on open source Linux. So therefore, it is not that you cannot do business, but it creates an opportunity of crowdsourcing scientific knowledge, sharing it, and eventually collectively solve problems. So open source drug discovery, when it started, 2007, everybody said it will not work, it's not going to work. But one person, when it was published in Wall Street Journal, a talk of mine, Dr. William Hasseltine send me a mail and say, wow, what a brilliant idea. He is a Harvard professor. He's the richest molecular biologist of the world who made lots of money. So when he wrote the mail, I was sure that I'm not going to be wrong. And today I'm very proud to say that it became the world's largest crowdsource platform. It created a movement of open source. And there are so many open source programs initiated. It brought young generation of students interested in science. It created a new model of education and training. And if you look at today, even Bill Gates, after 10 years, says that open source model is the only way academia and those. He tweeted it. I'm sure Mashelka retweeted and said, when India thought about it, SKB thought about it, everybody said it will not work. So today, if you look at COVID pandemic, in 2020, whole world realized the power of open source, power of sharing. We got our vaccines developed within such a short period. Diagnostics developed, sequences were shared, data was shared. By Nature, Lancet, everybody opened up their portals to share. Any COVID data was shared. Nobody had to buy a journal to access to those data. So open source drug discovery, what was looked to be absurd, actually today is a reality. So I still say, I'm very glad that I had G.N. Ramachandran, Shashi Shekharan as a model who believed that you can challenge paradigms and keep doing world-class science. And I'm very lucky that the system provided me the opportunity, because by the time I became Director General CSIR, the OSDD was approved. So it was very easy for me to initiate and execute it. I don't know if there was somebody else as the Director General, whether I would have got the approval to get it done, but I can tell you it still would have happened. So the difference is, original sanction, we had about 500 crore, Dr. Chidambaram, but I was so nervous that as a DG CSIR, if I put that much money, so we decided to spend only 50 crores. And the result that we have got is global. And there was a study implemented by WHO, and Professor So asked me, he just did that report, but he said, I'll not mention the money. If I mention the whole thing has been done in $12 million, then we'll have a serious problem of getting research grant in the United States. So therefore, it is possible. So I was lucky to grow and see that how giants played their games. I'm sure Virat Kohli saw Sachin Tendulkar. Sachin Tendulkar saw Sunil Gavaskar. I was lucky to see those talents, and I could play a small role. So where is the next we go? Ashutosh Sharma is talking about the future in the present. I think future is very bright. What we should do is hand over the baton to the younger generation. We have created a lot of startups, but our academia is not connected to them. We will have a lot of startups get created which will solve social problems. I call CSIR 800, the problems for 800 million Indians that we need to be solving. I think government has created lots of opportunity in agrotech, AI application, drone application. So all this has a great future. Application of artificial intelligence and digital healthcare is going to be the great future. Why I'm saying this? But India provides a great access to 1 billion people's healthcare. With $36 billion of government expenditure and $30 billion from pocket, $36 billion, you cannot solve $1.3 billion healthcare problem. So therefore, we cannot go Western way. Our healthcare problem has to be solved in an indigenous way. So we need to create innovative solutions. We need to take up integrated healthcare so that we actually go into preventive care and wellness rather than only curative care. So therefore, P4 medicine with health continuum and convergence of traditional medicine and knowledge, making food as a healthcare substitute. You replace the drugs and pharmaceutical. You know, which I tell this, you go back and see how Dr. Rama Rao and Hamid had a collaboration to bring down the AIDS drugs price. You know, we didn't have antibiotics in 70s. We had to import. Today, we are the largest producer of antibiotics and all medicines, generic medicines. So it was the absolute fabulous collaboration between IICT scientists, CDRI, NSCL, along with Ciplas and Hamids and of the world to make a difference. The way Serum Institute has done. I was very proud to say that my student from Institute of Science, who is R&D head in Serum Institute, was in the frontier to make the vaccine production. So one has to be, so I see, whereas the one young boy who worked with me in Mohali, ISAR, is working at Oxford on the upstream part of the vaccine, very early days. So these students of ISARs, when they are back in India, as they are coming back, and the facilities that we have created, the facilities that under the leadership of our scientific advisors and government has produced, and people like this DGCSIR and the Secretary DST like Ashutosh Sharma, who has done things, Ramaswamy, several of them, I think will have a large impact. I think we can start expecting science of world class by 2030, and then hopefully, I don't know whether we'll be alive to see a science that goes recognized. But we don't have to worry about recognition of the West. As long as we can bring innovative solutions for the millions of Indians, I would be happy to see a proud Indian scientist and say, there is no poverty in this country. We have, through science and technology, I want Jodhpur IIT to make the roads around no poverty. If Jodhpur can take a decision that we will give solutions, that Rajasthan will have no poverty, we'll bring the neighboring states no poverty. Each IIT takes the oath, the students take the oath that we will make sure our technology and knowledge will make a difference for the millions and a billion people of the nation. With this hope, I want to say 28th February, let's celebrate and say, let these young people of India make a difference for the billion of this nation. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving me the audience to speak. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, sir, for that inspiring and insightful talk. I'm sure that our audience will now appreciate the Indian science and scientists for the problem that they have solved in post-independent India. I'm sure that our students will take forward your vision and learnings as a player and spectator to challenge existing paradigms in science. Thank you very much. As we are running short of time, we move on to our next speaker for today, Professor Barthamajunder, distinguished professor and founder of the National Institute of Biomedical Genomics, and also an emeritus professor at the Indian Statistical Institute, Kolkata. Professor Majumdar is an expert in the development of statistical models and methods to understand the genetic basis of human disease.
Keep it like this.
He is a J.C. Bose National Fellow and a Fellow of the major science academies of India. He has also had the honor of serving as the president of the Indian Academy of Sciences, as well as the West Bengal Academy of Science and Technology in the past. Professor Majumdar is a recipient of several awards and honors, including the World Academy of Sciences Biology Prize, the New Millennium Science Medal, and the Centenary Medal for Excellence, to name a few. He has also had the honor of being elected as a member of and rendering services to various national and international societies and bodies, such as the Human Genome Organization, the International Statistical Institute, the Global Alliance for Global Health, and the International Cancer Genome Consortium. Professor Majumdar has kindly agreed to talk to us today on celebrating human diversity in India, a legacy of Prashanta Chandra Mahalanobis. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Professor Chaudhary. It's really an honor for me to be called upon to deliver this talk at IIT Jodhpur on the National Science Day. I've been listening to the talks by Professor Chidambaram and Professor Brahmachari. I would not have such a broad sweep of science and technology post-independence and pre-independence as well. But I'm going to be extremely focused on a particular domain of science where I have made some contributions, and I will chart the history of that particular domain and inform all of us what may have been the impacts of that kind of work on our understanding of India and the population of India. I do have slides, so I'm going to share my screen and let me see. Are you able to see my screen?
Yes, we can.
I'm trying to make it full screen, but yeah. So I've titled my talk as Celebrating Human Diversity in India, and I'm going to chart the legacy of Prasanta Chandra Mahalanobis through this talk. The first point that I want to make is that we are talking about diversity, and diversity essentially means differences. That diversity would not exist if there were no differences. And I'm going to talk about human diversity. So I'm talking about differences among human individuals. The fact is that when we talk about diversity, human diversity, it really belongs to us. Sometimes we view diversity as though it's alien to us, but that's not true at all. It belongs to us, and we must learn to appreciate and share diversity primarily because it helps unite and educate us. If we understand what diversity is, what we can learn from others, and we can actually improve ourselves, and that's one reason why we should celebrate diversity. The second reason is that understanding people and their backgrounds is crucial to personal and community growth. And there is cooperation builds, respect builds towards other people, other communities, etc. And therefore, the lack of understanding does not promote this growth. And therefore, it is important for us to understand and to celebrate. Today is a chance to find out more about what we have in common rather than what separates us. Oftentimes, we try and think what separates us, and that's a reason for a lot of strife. But if we try to find commonalities in the midst of all of these diversity that we have, that really helps in both personal and community growth, and also promotes peace and harmony among communities and among individuals. So that's the reason why we should celebrate. This is my explanation as to why we should celebrate diversity. I'm sure that other people will have other kinds of explanations as well. The whole idea of studying diversity actually stemmed, or studying diversity systematically, stemmed from this person who actually established the Indian Statistical Institute, and also is the father of statistical sciences in India. He was a firm believer that scientific and rational views lay the foundations of modern age. Prasanta Chandra Mahalanobis was, of course, preceded by a Britisher whose name was Herbert Risley. Risley actually made a lot of measurements of people of India, but that was primarily from the point of view of quantification, and it was very descriptive in nature. Risley actually did not set out to answer specific questions, which Prasanta Chandra Mahalanobis did, of course, not alone, in collaboration with a very famous anthropologist whose name was D.N. Majumdar, and I'll come to that in a minute. The Indian Statistical Institute also has as its motto unity in diversity. And for those of us like me who grew up in the Indian Statistical Institute, we are a firm believer that in diversity there is unity, and therefore we try to look at common threads. We try to find unifying heritage in the midst of all of this diversity. And that's essentially what I'm going to impress upon you. It's also interesting, in view of what Professor Chidambaram has said and what Professor Brahmachari has said. This is something that's not known. That the Indian Statistical Institute, when the Indian Statistical Institute was set up in 1931, there was no Institute of Statistics in the world. Well, there was in England. There was no Statistical Institute in the United States of America. The Indian Statistical Institute was adopted as a model for the first Institute of Statistics that was established in the US at the Research Triangle Park by Mary Cox. And this is a matter of great pride, not just for Indian Statistical Institute and PC Mahalanobis, but also for all of India. And this is not very well known. So I thought that given what Professor Brahmachari and Professor Chidambaram have said, I think this is something that's significant, and we need to also be proud of the fact that the Indian Statistical Institute was adopted as a model in a developed country like the United States. Just to tell you a little bit about Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis and how he got into all of these diversity kinds of activities and how he set up the Indian Statistical Institute, because I've been told that today we also need to look at legacy and look at legacy of our scientists. So I'm just concentrating on one scientist, PC Mahalanobis. In 1912, he passed BSc with honors in physics from Presidency College in Calcutta and left for England to study at the King's College, Cambridge. He got his tripos there and returned home for a short vacation and never went back. Of course, the reason that he never went back was because the war intervened and he was unable to go back. At that time, he was asked to teach physics at Presidency College, and he was indeed a physicist by training. He became a professor of physics at Presidency College in 1922 and served until 1948. Just before he was leaving Cambridge and boarding the ship, his tutor in King's College, Macaulay, drew his attention to this journal called Biometrica. Biometrica was then the journal, is the first journal in statistics. And of course, statistics grew out of these various kinds of biometrical measurements that people had done. And one of the foremost people who had systematically did biometrical measurements on humans and other animals and plants was Carl Pearson. And Carl Pearson's name I highlight primarily because his name will come up again during my talk. Mahalanobis found some of the papers when Macaulay gave him one volume of Biometrica. He found some of the papers in Biometrica in the journal rather interesting, and he bought a whole set of volumes on his long ship trip sail to back to India, and he bought this entire set of volumes of Biometrica that was available and studied all of the papers during his long voyage. He formed the statistical laboratory in Presidency College that was to eventually be established in 1931 as the Indian Statistical Institute. And that's a picture of the Indian Statistical Institute. When he joined the Calcutta University, there was a department of philosophy. There still is. There's a department of philosophy, and Acharya Brajendranath Seal was the head of the department of philosophy. Acharya Seal was a polymath. He had a very broad vision. He knew a lot of subjects. And one of the things that he told Prashant Chandra Mahalanobis is that Prashanti, you have to do work in India similar to what Carl Pearson has done in England. I found this note in the archives of PC Mahalanobis, and this is really a translation. The note was actually written in Bengali by Brajendranath Seal to Prasant Chandra Mahalanobis. So Brajendranath Seal was already aware of Carl Pearson and his work in England. And again, to remind you, Carl Pearson was the first editor of the journal Biometrica. In 1920, Mahalanobis went to the Indian Science Congress that was held in Nagpur. And there he met Nelson Annandale. That was to change his life forever. Mahalanobis' life forever. Nelson Annandale was the director of the Zoological and Anthropological Survey of India. One of the things that during the discussion that they had in the Indian Science Congress, they tried to figure out with the Anglo-Indians, which were really meetings between the native Indians and the Britishers. What were they closer to the Britishers? Were they more similar to the Indians, and so on and so forth? So they thought of some interesting kinds of questions on the Anglo-Indians, and Mahalanobis set out to answer those questions by measuring physical dimensions of the Anglo-Indians of Calcutta. And it was a series of papers that were published in the records of the Indian Museum. If not for anything else, this laid the seeds of the growth of statistical science in India. It did not, I don't believe that these studies on Anglo-Indians really impacted very much on later human genome diversity studies, but it did lay the foundations of statistical science, and it also brought to the fore some questions that were later asked during the genome diversity studies and other diversity studies, human diversity studies in India. In 1925, Mahalanobis, a statistician, was invited to deliver the president's presidential address in the anthropology section of the Indian Science Congress. And he titled his lecture as Analysis of Race Mixture in Bengal. And he, of course, based this very much on the studies that he had done among the Anglo-Indians, and the kind of questions that he asked, and this is just a sampling of 2 questions. Do the Anglo-Indians show greater affinity with the higher castes of Bengal or with the lower castes? In other words, did the meetings take place between the higher caste populations with the Britishers or the lower caste populations? That would show the affinity, measurement of affinity would provide an answer to this question. Is there any appreciable similarity with the aboriginal tribes of the Anglo-Indians with the aboriginal tribes? When he was thinking about these problems, and I'm not going to give you in detail what the answers to these questions were, or the kind of answers that they came up with, the important part is that we talk about these words, affinity, distance, similarity, and so on and so forth. At that time, there were no measures there were no statistics of measuring distance between members of two populations. In other words, you could not, based on observations of members of population groups, you couldn't actually quantify the distance between these two populations. You needed a measure of distance. And this measure of distance, because they were talking about anthropometric measurements, this measure of distance had to be based on anthropometric measurements. At that time, Mahalanobis was aware that Carl Pearson was thinking along the same lines, and he was studying various kinds of races in Europe. And he had constructed a coefficient of racial likeness and had applied that to skull dimensions of various fossils found in Burma and elsewhere. This paper was also published in Biometrica, but Mahalanobis came to a realization when he looked at the structure, the mathematical structure of the coefficient of racial likeness. At the same time, he was doing these studies on Anglo-Indians of Calcutta, and he says, I soon realized that Carl Pearson's C-squared, which is the coefficient of racial likeness, was properly a test of divergence between two samples rather than a measure of actual magnitude of divergence. This really means that, let me explain this in 30 seconds. This really means that if you have two samples of individuals from two population groups, what the coefficient of racial likeness did was to look at the divergence between these two sets of samples. It was not an estimator of the true unknown distance between the two population groups. For a true unknown, for a proper estimate of the true unknown distance, it needed to be independent of the sample size. It could not, the measure could not depend on the sample size, and that was the major problem with the coefficient of racial likeness. So this is exactly what I said. The magnitude of C-squared depends on the size of the samples, and a proper estimate should be independent of these sample size. Mahalanobis wanted to study this better, also wanted to discuss with Carl Pearson before he started thinking afresh about measurement of distance between population groups. So he went back to England in 1926-27 and spent about 6 months in Carl Pearson's laboratory at the University College in London. And he soon realized that it was really a test of divergence and was not an actual measure of the magnitude of divergence, and because it was dependent on the sample size. So he thought of his own measure, and I'm not going to give you the equations to these measures that he or the CRL, the actual mathematical formula, but Mahalanobis thought of, and he called that as the first provisional measure of caste distance, and he called that as D, and he proposed that in analysis of race mixture in Bengal, and this was the title of his talk in the Indian Science Congress anthropology section in 1925. He realized that a large body of experimental data, anthropometric data, were available on various European populations. And one of the things that he realized was that on each individual you're taking a multidimensional vector of observations on various anthropometric measurements, body dimensions of each individual. And what CRL, the coefficient of racial likeness, was doing is that it was not taking correlations of body measurements into account. In other words, your length of the total length of the leg is correlated with the length of the femur. And therefore, these correlations needed to be taken into account, and you couldn't read those observations as independent observations on the same individual. And the coefficient of racial likeness was not taking that into account. So Mahalanobis thought about that and devised a measure, and that measure was called, he initially called it D, later it was refined and was published in the Asiatic Society of Bengal, called Tests and Measures of Group Divergence. And this particular formulation of the D-squared statistic, and he derived many properties of the D-squared statistic and applied them in various situations, and those are undoubtedly the most profound contributions of Prasant Chandra Mahalanobis. He, like I said, was the father of statistical science in India. He made many seminal contributions to statistical science, but this was undoubtedly his most profound contribution, and this is globally acclaimed. You don't really have to have, you're measuring in this context, you're measuring distance between two human population groups, but you could also measure the distance between, let's say, two sets of screws produced by two separate machines. And if you wanted to measure the distance on each screw, then you would measure the diameter, maybe the length of the spirals, and so on and so forth. And based on a series of measurements, you could actually measure the distance between two inanimate objects. So this is not the D-squared measure can be applied on any multidimensional vector of observations on any unit that you want to think about, whether it's human individual, kangaroos, screws, what have you. So it's very, very widely used, and this has been a very profound contribution of Prasant Chandra Mahalanobis. While he was doing it, I said Mahalanobis met with Nelson and Nundell, and later he also met D.N. Majumdar, who was an anthropologist, and they undertook an anthropological survey of the United Provinces. The then United Provinces in late 1930s was like Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and that particular area was called United Provinces, and they undertook a statistical study of the provinces, and they came up with various kinds of statistical methods in order to depict multidimensional observations on a two-dimensional plane. Many of you are absolutely familiar with principal components analysis. So this is a forerunner of the principal components analysis that Mahalanobis had thought about, perpendicular ordinates and of correlated measurements, and therefore you needed some mathematical transformation, and those were thought through, and they were later defined as principal components. So in the UP anthropometric survey, they chose a series of populations: 2 Brahmin groups, 4 artisan groups, 8 tribal groups, and some groups that were historically or anthropologically known to be due to hybridization of Brahmin groups with artisan groups, and or between artisan groups and tribal groups, such as the Chamar, the lower caste Chamar, and a whole set of populations whose anthropological history had not been inferred. So the question that they ask is, In these cases, in some cases, we know the anthropological history. Are they borne out by physical dimensions, by a study of the physical dimensions of samples of individuals from these population groups, etc.? So what they found, or is there a correspondence between body dimensions and the social hierarchy that these population groups enjoy? They did find that among some of the groups that form the main sequence of populations, there is close correspondence between social status and resemblance to the Brahmins occupying the highest tier in the caste hierarchy. But also they found that in terms of the origins, such as the origins of the Chhatri, the Muslim, the Garyas, the Muslims of United Provinces were primarily converted Muslims, but they were as a result of hybridization between groups, and they found that there are a number of cases in which physical evidence definitely indicates possible origins contrary to accepted opinion. So based on physical dimensions, they were looking at these human diversity, and they were trying to answer certain questions that relates social structure with body dimensions, and origins with body, inferring origins using body dimensions. And they found that in some cases there was correlation or correspondence, but in some cases there was no relationship between inferred origins and the origins that you inferred anthropological origins and the body dimensions. They were also acutely aware of the way that you could use these population nomenclature as upper caste, lower castes, etc. So they avoided using those, and they used a neutral word group, and also defined what they meant by a group. These are ethically important, that you need to use neutral words, and today it's become extremely important because of equity, diversity, inclusion, these kinds of considerations. And they defined a group as consisting of individuals who belong to the same caste, religion, or tribe, and who live in the same district. After the UP anthropometric survey, D.N. Majumdar also had lots of questions about populations of Bengal, and this was undivided Bengal. This was East Bengal and West Bengal combined. They undertook an anthropometric survey of populations in Bengal, and as you can see, Mahalanobis is not an author of this particular paper. It is Mahalanobis' disciple, C.R. Rao, the oldest living statistician in the world. Today, he is over 101 years old, C.R. Rao. D.N. Majumdar is the same D.N. Majumdar, the anthropologist. Mahalanobis relegated to the background and let the baton be carried forward by C.R. Rao. He wrote a foreword to this particular report of the Bengal Anthropometric Survey. And in the foreword, or in the conclusions, he says that one of the important contributions is the demonstration of regional differences within a social group. That is, between individuals adopting the same caste, tribal, or religious name, but living in different geographical locations. So essentially what this means is that, if you had the same population, the same social group, let's say calling themselves as Brahmins, but they lived in two different geographical locations, their physical dimensions became so dissimilar that it would be quite difficult to actually think of them as being one social group. So it shows that, and then they concluded that it shows that a term like Brahmins of Bengal has to be used with some caution. Essentially, geographical distance actually creates a lot of difference, or over a period of generations creates a lot of difference in physical dimensions as well. This could be intrinsic. This could also be because of environmental factors, and we'll come to that in a minute. Another interesting feature is that sometimes there is closer resemblance between caste groups within a district than between individuals of the same caste group belonging to different districts. In other words, again, geographical distance plays a major role in determining how the similarities of individuals who live in close, even though they belong to the same group, but live in geographical proximity versus living in geographical isolation. Well, Mahalanobis came to the conclusion that anthropometry was really not a good set of characteristics to study population divergence and answer questions such as origins of populations. It has to be, he said, it has to be supplemented by other physical, genetic, and serological data. And he says that our experience with anthropometry has not been very convincing. It was providing equivocal answers about population groups and their relationships. And he said that blood group variations need to be looked into. So in the Bengal Anthropometric Survey, on a subset of individuals, they looked at blood groups and actually devised certain statistical methods to depict ABO blood groups. But again, soon they came to the realization that ABO blood group was just one system, one genetic system, which did not have too much of information in order to draw inferences about these population relationships or about population ancestries. Majumdar, D.N. Majumdar actually emphasized that they cannot give any clue to the ethnic origin or for that matter, any part of the country unless these findings are reinforced by multiple genetic systems. Just to mention that, just to recall that this is what Mahalanobis said. Having said this, having realized this, Mahalanobis also had the foresight that he should set up a human genetics unit at the Indian Statistical Institute, and he did indeed set up a human genetics unit at the Indian Statistical Institute, and continued to do various kinds of population work, looking at genetic diversities of populations. And when I joined the Indian Statistical Institute, already the human genetics unit, it was called the Anthropometry and Human Genetics Unit when I joined the Indian Statistical Institute, and later that bifurcated into human genetics unit, which I headed, and biological anthropology unit, which was headed by an anthropologist. All right, I'll come to the last few minutes of my talk, essentially talking about human evolution using genomic data. To cut a long story short, and I'm essentially going to focus on India and the work that's been done in India, but to put this in perspective, humankind, modern humans like you and I, we all evolved in Africa. So we are talking about genomic diversity. It is really a heritage. It's a heritage that comes out of Africa, and we were born in Africa, so to say, about 200,000 years ago, and we came out of Africa about 100,000 years ago. We can only speculate why we have come out of Africa. Perhaps we over-reproduced, and there was enormous pressure on natural resources. We were hunter-gatherers at that time, and therefore, because of lack of natural resources, we probably started to explore other geographical areas in search of food, etc. When I talk about these, dates, these dates also have large standard errors. So 100,000 years could be anywhere between 80,000 years and 120,000 years. Please bear that in mind, because these dates are not absolutely sacrosanct. When we came out of Africa, after that, we started to explore other land masses, and we moved around. One of the first places that we came to after we moved out of Africa was India. And one of the last places that we went to was by crossing the Bering Strait and going and populating the New World, the Americas. So this is how we moved around. And this much of this is through reconstruction of fossil remains, as also from various kinds of genetic studies. When we came out of Africa and we went to Europe, we found that we were not alone. There were at least two other hominid cousins that were roaming around on Europe, on the plains of Europe. One was called the Neanderthals. There were plenty of them, plenty of Neanderthals who were roaming around. And we also got to know much later that there was another species called Denisovans. They were called Denisovans. We have named them. They are called Denisovans because they were found in the Denisova cave in Siberia, and there was a finger bone that was found. DNA was isolated from the finger bones. DNA was also isolated from various skulls and other fossil remains of the Neanderthals. And when we compared the DNA sequences, you find that there were such great differences that they could not be Denisovans could not be Neanderthals, and Neanderthals could not be Denisovans. So they were two separate species. What happened to them when we came to Europe? Very shortly thereafter, both Neanderthals and Denisovans vanished from the face of this planet. Did we over-reproduce ourselves, and because we were better users of tools and weapons, we actually killed them? The answer is no. Again, the answer comes from genomic studies where genome sequences of modern humans, Denisovans, and Neanderthals have been compared, and we have statistical methods of estimating whether there has been any admixture, introgression of the genomes. And indeed, what we have found is that Neanderthals contributed to both modern human genomes and Denisovan genomes, and Denisovan genomes also contributed to modern human genomes. And essentially, this means that we all mated with each other. We were not completely isolated populations. The product of these matings, when there was a mating between, let's say, a Neanderthal and a modern human, the child of that mating, the offspring of that mating, went with the modern human groups, depleting the size of the Neanderthal group. And over a period of time, the Neanderthal group, size of the Neanderthal group depleted to such extent that they became extinct. As a result of these studies, we also know that there was a potential, so essentially they made love, not war. As a result of these genomic studies, we also know that our genome contains DNA, pieces of DNA that do not belong to us, do not belong to the Denisovans, do not belong to the Neanderthals, do not belong to us, meaning that when we compare, for example, with our ancestral populations, there are such portions of our genome that cannot be traced back to another modern human, not to a Denisovan, not even to a Neanderthal. So there are these potential unknown hominins. This was interesting, and when we started our work in India, and we did these studies on the Andaman and Nicobar Islands, the Jarwas, Ongis, the tribal populations of Andaman and Nicobar Islands, and we were looking at their origins and their population structure. Again, I'm not going to describe in details. All that I will say at this point, the Andamanese population structure is such that they have a separate ancestry compared to populations of mainland India. I will primarily focus on mainland India. These Andamanese people, we found in their genomes an unknown, bits and pieces, fragments of DNA that could not be traced back to any of the known ancestors, not even to the Neanderthals or the Denisovans. So here was among the Andamanese people pieces of DNA that needed to be attributed to a potentially unknown hominin. While we were doing this study, there was another group of people who were studying tribal populations of Melanesia, and there also they found that the ancient Melanesians interbred with a mysterious hominid. Suffice it to say that there was a lot of coastal migration from out of Africa into India, through Australia to Papua New Guinea, and so on and so forth, through these various island populations. We still don't know whether the mysterious population that the geneticists who were studying Melanesians, that mysterious hominid was the same as the mysterious hominid that we found in Andaman and Nicobar Island, because they have not released their DNA sequence data yet. So if they release their data, then we can easily answer this question whether there was an ancestry or mating with a mysterious hominid or an unknown hominin who was roaming around in these through these island populations at that time in ancient times. While we were looking at these Indian populations, etc., several of us, including Professor Brahmachari, Mithali, and groups in IGIB and elsewhere, we came together with a whole set of geneticists from various parts of Asia, and we wanted to anchor Indian genomes in the context of Asia. And let me just quickly explain. All of these are names of population groups of Asia, Southeast Asia, Japan, etc., many countries in Asia. And also, if I can explain this, graph to the left of your screen, left of my screen, essentially, this graph is that this graph is ordered in such a way that the oldest population, the most ancient populations, are to the bottom of the graph, and the most recent populations are to the top of the graph. So if we look at Indian populations, where do they belong? Are they in the top of the graph, or are they at the bottom of the graph? I've already told you that after humankind evolved in Africa, they came out of Africa and got into India, and therefore the expectation, even before we did this work, and this work is based on hundreds of thousands of DNA markers, and looking at, I will explain this kind of checkered colored picture later in my talk. Right now, I won't. I'm only focusing on this particular tree, which is called a phylogenetic tree, based on relationship, depicting relationships among population groups of Asia based on the on assessment of their genomes. Essentially, even before we drew this tree, we knew that Indian population should belong to the bottom of this tree, meaning to the should be ancient, because human populations came out of Africa and populated India to begin with. So indeed, what we found is that there is an early divergence, and these are populations of India. We looked at a small number of populations. At that time, money was scarce, and so we did not. This is 2009, over 10 years ago, 12 years ago. And there were some populations that we had sampled from North and East India. There were some populations that we had sampled from South India. And essentially, what was shown is that the ancestries of populations in North and East India was different from the ancestries of populations from South India. Now, this was based on a small number of populations, and therefore we wanted to study this in greater detail, especially in the context of India. So again, Professor Brahmachari, who was by then the Director General, was he? Can't remember. But essentially, we wanted to look at the entire ethnic composition of India and draw inferences about the ethnic composition of India. And if you look at the anthropological classification, there are 450 tribal populations, including subcastes. There are about 4,000 subcastes and about 150 religious and migrant groups. And they have different kinds of social organizations and do various kinds of occupations. They also speak different kinds of languages, Austroasiatic, Dravidian, Tibeto-Burman, Indo-European, and so on. And I would like to point out that the Austroasiatic language of speech is essentially spoken by some tribal populations of India, such as the Santals, the Mundas, and so on. So that's exclusively spoken by the tribal populations of India. So like I said, that Professor Brahmachari essentially came up with this money, and I think there were a total of 6 CSIR institutions and the Indian Statistical Institute, and we all came together and we sampled a large number of populations from across India, and we actually scored each genome on the basis of 405 markers, and tried to find relationships among these genomes of groups of individuals belonging to these various populations on the basis of these of the data on 500 on the basis of these 405 genetic markers. And I will just show you what we reconstructed. Essentially, what these are. This is again another way of depicting a phylogenetic tree, providing depicting the relationships among these various populations. Suffice it to say that this population is colored by language groups, and as you will see that there is a strong clustering of these population groups by language. But I must also point out that in India, language and geography are confounded. People in northern parts of India speak Indo-European languages. People in southern parts of India speak Dravidian languages. In the northeastern part of India, Tibeto-Burman languages, and Austroasiatic language of speech is the fragmented linguistic family spoken in central and eastern regions of India, inhabited by the tribals. So essentially, if you look at this particular population reconstruction, you find that it's clustered by language. Also, you can interpret this as clustered by geography. We then became a little bit more greedy. Technologies have evolved, costs had fallen, cost for sequencing entire human genomes had fallen, and we undertook a major project in Asia based on sequencing of genomes, and this was called the Genome Asia 100K project. Again, looking at Asia and looking at India in the that was our interest, looking at India in the context of all of Asia. primarily by looking at whole genomes as opposed to fixed points on the genome. We sampled a large number of populations, and as you can see in this map, each circle represents a population, and the size of the circle is proportional to the sample size. This is based on sequencing efforts, and we also estimated the amount of Neanderthal admixture in each of our Indian populations. Essentially, 2 to 3% of our genomes comprise the Neanderthal genomes. Less than 1% of our genomes comprise the Denisovan genomes. And also, but with respect to the Denisovan genomes, there's an interesting structure, which is that the tribal populations contain the highest amount of Denisovan genomes, even if it's less than 1% of our entire genome. It is a significant proportion, primarily because our entire genome, as Professor Brahmachari has said, is 3 billion nucleotides. And even 1% of 3 billion nucleotides is quite significant chunk of DNA. And if we move from the tribal populations to the upper caste populations, there is a reduction in the extent of Denisovan admixture in our genomes, in the genomes of these populations, and that's interesting and significant. I don't have the time to actually explain in greater detail. One of the questions that we had asked is that, India comprises a vast array of genetically heterogeneous populations, and they all came at different times from different places and may have different ancestries. And one of the questions that we had is how many footfalls of how many distinct ancestral types can we find in mainland India? And of course, this question was asked by multiple people, but we were beaten. We did the study when, asked these questions when I was at the Indian Statistical Institute, and we completed the answer to these questions when I established the National Institute of Biomedical Genomics, primarily because technologies became available in this institute. So prior to that, the group from CCMB and the group from Harvard Medical School, they had collaborated to reconstruct Indian population history. They also asked the same question, how many ancestral types can we find? And they essentially found that there are 2 ancestral types, one comprising the North Indian populations and one comprising the Southern Indian populations. Now, the sampling, the number of populations sampled in this particular study was restricted. For example, they did not have any samples from Northeast of India. So if Northeast of India had a different ancestry, they would not be able to detect it. So we said that we should, our sampling was much better. So we said that we should look at this question afresh. And we did look at this question afresh. Actually, there was a considerable amount of overlap when they were doing their study and we were doing our study. And this is the result of our study. I'll give you the take-home message at right in the beginning. We estimated admixture in each individual that we sampled, and we found evidence of 4 ancestral populations in mainland India. And so let me explain this graph. On the x-axis, you have a very large number of dots that you can't even see, and I couldn't number those. These are individuals. These dots represent individuals. Each vertical line essentially represents the extent of genomes, how much of it is pristine and how much of it is admixed by genomes of other populations or other individuals. So each color represents an ancestral type, and each vertical line represents an individual, and the checkered colors essentially represent the extent of admixture that there is among in the genomes of that genome of that particular individual from different ancestral types. So if you look to the left of the screen, you find that these are pristine, almost pristine green genomes, and if you look to the right, they're almost pristine blue genomes. And if you look somewhat at 3/4 of the distance from the left-hand side, you find the sky blue, and there are some pristine genomes of the sky blue, and similarly in the center, there are some pristine red genomes. So these are individuals who are from different populations, but are essentially unadmixed. But if you look at the other regions of this graph, you'll find that the vertical lines are checkered by different colors. But overall, there are 4 different colors, and these 4 different colors represent the ancestries. So most of us have multiple ancestries, or at least genomes from multiple ancestors. There are only a few who have pristine genomes, meaning that they have unadmixed genomes from one particular ancestral types. Can we identify these ancestral types? Yes, we can. We know where we have sampled these populations from. We know what kind of languages they speak, the geographical region of sampling, etc. And we have been able to identify these 4 ancestral types as Indo-European, Dravidian, Austroasiatic, and Tibeto-Burman. So these are the 4 ancestral types that are present in mainland India. Again, I emphasize that there is a confounding between geographical region of habitat and language. North India, South India, Central India, fragmented Austroasiatic, and Northeast of India. We published this in PNAS. The data that we gathered in the Genome Asia project not only informed about genomic diversity and the population structure and the origins of populations, etc. They also provide information on predisposition to diseases, response to drugs, interactions with environmental factors, propensity to infections, progressions of diseases, etc. So in other words, the genome comprises a huge lot of information, and studies on genome diversity can actually inform medical science as well, in addition to providing basic evidence of our ancestry, where do we come from, etc. I don't have the time to explain all of this, but in this particular study, in the Genome Asia study, we did find some very interesting cancer predisposing genes as well. So I come to the last slide, which is my most important slide, and this is the slide that I want to the notion that I want to leave you with. And this slide, I'm going to read out this slide. Of course, I know that you can read English, but still, I'm going to read out this slide. It makes me feel good. This is a passage from a poet, African-American poet, Maya Angelou, and I'm going to read it out to you. It says, "It is time for the preachers, the rabbis, the priests, and the pundits, and the professors to believe in the awesome wonder of diversity so that they can teach those who follow them. It's time for parents to teach young people early on that in diversity there is beauty and there is strength. We all should know that diversity makes for a rich tapestry, and we must understand that all the threads of the tapestry are equal in value, no matter their color, equal in importance, no matter their texture." Thank you very much for your attention. I greatly appreciate the invitation accorded to me by IIT Jodhpur and to Professor Shantanu Chaudhary and Mitali Mukherjee. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Majumdar, for that engaging lecture. We join you in celebrating the legendary founder of the Indian Statistical Institute and hope to carry his legacy forward. It was also amazing to learn about the interesting insights about the ancestors of modern humans, their journey on planet Earth, and the genomic analysis that allows us to today retrace their steps. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
It is now my privilege to introduce our next speaker, Professor Ashutosh Sharma. Professor Sharma is an Institute Chair Professor and C.V. Seshadri Chair Professor at the Department of Chemical Engineering of IIT Kanpur. Professor Sharma has served as a Secretary to the Government of India, heading the Department of Science and Technology, where he led several key initiatives in the areas of priority for the nation. Professor Sharma is best known for his pioneering research work in the areas of colloids, thin films, interfaces, adhesion, patterning, and in the fabrication and application of self-assembled nanostructures. As a highly interdisciplinary academic, he has published over 350 peer-reviewed articles and has filed over 15 patents. Professor Sharma is a recipient of numerous honors and awards, including the inaugural Infosys Prize in Engineering and Computer Science, the World Academy of Science Prize, Bessel Research Award of the Humboldt Foundation, J.C. Bose Fellowship, Shanti Swarup Bhatnagar Prize in Engineering, and the Homi J. Bhabha Award of the UGC, to cite a few. He is also the winner of the Lifetime Achievement Award of the Indian Science Congress and has received several Doctor of Science degrees honoris causa, including from the State University of New York at Buffalo, and Jodhpur University. For his exceptional contributions, Professor Sharma has also been recognized as a distinguished alumnus of IIT Kanpur and the State University of New York at Buffalo. Today, Professor Sharma will talk to us on a brief history of future, India's journey in science and technology. Over to you, sir. Sir, it appears you're on mute.
Okay, the microphone went in one corner that I was trying to locate. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And can you see my slide now?
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Can you see the full slide? Can you see it in the slide, the slide mode?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much indeed for inviting me to this extraordinary session. And I'm so glad perhaps I'm the last speaker here, which has some advantages because Dr. Chidambaram and Dr. Brahmachari and Dr. Barthamajunder have covered a lot of history in terms of the journey of science and technology in India, as well as where we might possibly be heading. So I would actually latch on to where we possibly be heading, rather than the history, but then of course the future is only a modified history. So there are some lessons from there, and essentially what I would like to talk about very quickly is what are the overarching structure and the processes and the architecture of doing science and technology with some effectiveness and quality. And what are the new challenges which are coming at us at ever faster rate? Of course, if we were to look at things that happened in last 75 years in India, one way to look at them would be to look sector-wise, to say, look, what happened in transport, where were we, where are we now? And that is a compelling journey indeed. If we were to enumerate some of the stuff that was impactful, it came out of science, technology, and innovation. I would always speak of science and technology and innovation in the same breath. And the reason for that is that the transforming science, the bridge of science to society is through technology and innovation. So if we were to look at education, of course, we set up these great institutions, making a huge impact both for Indian economy and in fact globally so. And policies have played a very important role, and the latest one is National Education Policy 2020. If we could implement half of it, we would be through. Of course, you look at food, water, sanitation. There have been so many revolutions, green, white, yellow, blue, and now coming to the blue revolution, which is basically mapping and looking at the resources of the oceans. Sulabh, Har Ghar Jal, Swachh Bharat, tractor, for example, and even pumps. This is basically what got us where we are now in health and medical, family planning, ASHA, generic drugs, vaccines, and COVID-19 time showed us a whole lot of ventilators and diagnostics that came up really, really quickly, building on the foundations that we had laid over decades. Jaipur food, Shi Chitrahat, really, there are lots and lots of this stuff over there. I may also add to it the open drug discovery platform that was championed by Dr. In the CSIR, Dr. Brahmachari, which was a very compelling aspect of looking at health and medical for the future. three-wheelers, e-rickshaws, metros that came up quickly, and so on. And then, of course, we can look at things which have happened with so rapidly in information and communication technologies, the rise of digital. This is the industry 3.0. In a sense, we pole vaulted, we leapfrogged, and it was very hard to have, in fact, um, a phone line at your home at one point. And now everybody's got this stuff in their pocket, riding on it. The knowledge network that was set up by Dr. Chidambaram when he was PSA, National Supercomputing Mission, whole lot of stuff is happening there, cyber physical systems, quantum technologies, and stuff. In terms of governance, a whole lot of examples are given. Ink that we use for voting, voting machines, advisories and warnings which are delivered to our fishermen and farmers, and every time before there's a tornado and what have you, saving lives. Giving a digital identity through UID and Aadhaar, and then going for direct benefit transfer, plugging in a lot of leakages, new policies on deregulating, on liberalization and democratization of mapping, on drones. These are our very latest vintage. Satellite imaging in terms of opening up the space sector, the defense sector, and so on. In basically imaging an Atmanirbhar Bharat through all of these interventions. Innovation ecosystem has really come up very rapidly in the last 7, 8 years, 10 years maybe. It was very hard to convince my PhD students more than 10 years ago to do anything with the startups, but they are flowing freely. Even the grassroots innovation and the traditional knowledge find their own space in all of this. Of course, energy, things like ultra, advanced, supercritical, again championed by Dr. Supercritical, solar, and nuclear. A whole lot of this has been contributed by Dr. Chidambaram and the teams that went around. So all of this, you see, all of this is common knowledge. So we can, there are chapters devoted to each one of these. There are books which are devoted to each one of these. So there's, one can't really go very deeply into this, saying, look, of course, the fact is that we built upon the strong foundations that were laid in terms of our human resources, in terms of our infrastructure, in terms of training of science and technology personnel. So where are we now? The good news, and what are our reasons for optimism looking at the future? We are number 3 globally in terms of number of scientific papers, which includes a lot of cutting edge areas, engineering, nanotechnology, in materials, even in artificial intelligence. India is number 3 in number of startups and even unicorns. And like I said, well, if you look 10 years ago, we were number 10 in number of scientific papers. The startups and unicorns were unheard of. Now, India has deep strengths in R&D and its R&D institutions, from universities to IITs to R&D labs and so on. Demography is a huge plus. We are a young country of educated young people, energetic young people that are basically are ready for action. They are looking for action and they are ready for action. The human resources, very deep strengths in there, and enabling policies, and of course, the very diversified markets and demand, which nobody can ignore, which basically means, India is a diverse country. In fact, Partho talked about it from a different perspective, which is actually good, which basically means that there is a space for all sorts of science, technology, and innovation to satisfy the demands of this market. Just to tell you, even simple biomedical devices today, about 80% of them are imported. And there's absolutely no reason at all that this could not be done very rapidly and on scale. Of course, there's always a but. So we must also focus on the but going forward in the future. So while we may be okay being at number 3 in terms of quantity of scientific papers, one has to focus on their quality and their impact, on their relevance and their direction. because without relevance and direction, they are not going to connect anywhere. And this is especially true of applied sciences, of technology, of engineering, of markets and society at large. There is, of course, the perpetual conflict between the profound and incremental, between disruptive and business as usual. Are we looking at leadership in some areas, many areas of science and technology, or being contended as being followers of the latest fashion and the trends that come from somewhere else? In other words, do we have any India-centric ideas? Of course, when we're looking at basic sciences, we are looking at the conflict between profound and incremental. When we are looking at applied sciences and maturing to technology and markets, we are looking at India-centric problems. So it is something like local, while science or very fundamental science may be global, its transformation into applications is often local, which is to have understanding of what actually who we are and what our problems are, where the gaps are. And those gaps are to be filled with innovation, which of course is a new mantra that more and more people understand and operate on. That connects of science to all its stakeholders, and of course industry and society are some of the gap areas that going forward in the future that one would have to focus very tightly. So this talk is not about a particular problem or area of S&T that we, of course, that if I work in some area, I go to a particular conference and I read certain papers and know all about it. It's not about what the future technologies would be or specific products or technology and what their shape would be. So what is it about? It's a broad picture of the drivers and directions of science and technology globally, and of course in the Indian context, and how it's going to impact us. What are the emerging challenges and opportunities of the future? And what are the structure and processes of the mind that can understand those challenges, not only understand challenges, but can leverage them? So when we talk about of science and technology and its directions and determinants, and that basically tells us not the specifics, but it tells us what is it that we would expect. It could image the future. And of course, extrapolating from these directions, we can even come to some specific products and so on. So in a broad brush picture, let us first start with where actually science and technology comes from. What are the drivers? And of course, the fortunes of science and technology have been very greatly intertwined with various industrial revolutions. And it works both ways. So that while science affects technology, technology affects science through its tools that develop. And at the same time, both of them impact society, but society's will in turn works on the directions that flourish in science, applied sciences and their applications. So the first time actually I came across the different hierarchical needs of the mind was in Psychology 101 in my BTech program. And of course, this is the famous Maslow's motivational model. What is it that the mind wants? And that actually tells us what kind of stuff in knowledge would actually come and flourish. We all know that there is such a thing as, nothing happens until it is an idea whose time has come. So if we were to look at the base of this pyramid, it's about psychological needs, about needs for safety, it's about needs for belonging and love and connecting, it's about esteem. Together, all of these needs are called deficiency needs. If we move up this hierarchy, now I don't mean when you say move up that there is something extraordinary about those and that they are more important in some sense. That is actually something which is a moot point. But anyway, going up the pyramid, these are called growth needs, cognitive needs, aesthetic needs, need of self-actualization, whatever that may mean, and the need for transcendence, whatever that may mean. But in a sense, we understand intuitively actually what these things mean. Now, very interestingly, the idea that came to my mind at some point is saying, look, all of science and technology today, the modern science and technology, is actually addressing very compellingly, no doubt, the needs which are called deficiency needs. It was not always like that. So if you were to look at pre-industrial societies, they didn't have a whole lot of technology. They may have technology which is evolving slowly, and then this trying to fulfill these very basic needs about roti, kapda, and makan, so to say in a metaphorical way. Um, but they were actually a whole lot of more focus on the needs that are called growth needs. So in a sense, this is the internal world of the mind, and there is an external world of the mind. And while technology is very good at satisfying the deficiency needs, in the modern times, it has not kept pace equally well with satisfying the growth needs. Sometimes it may even be reversed. Whole lot of technologies that actually do a wonderful job, extraordinary job of satisfying deficiency needs, in fact, may have a negative impact on the growth needs. Now, this is something that we wish to remember, but anyhow, as we come to further discussion. So now coming to, okay, what kind of technology might be up there in the horizon? What are India-centric, expansion plans and growth and development and so on? This is a very nice report. This is called Technology Vision 2035. The last one was Technology Vision 2020, which was championed and steered by none other than Dr. Abdul Kalam. Some of those stuff has come true, some of it has not come true, and this is about the future. Predictions are very hard, especially about the future. But anyhow, this is a good starting point, which actually tells us where are we going in terms of technology, where we need to go, where we are. There are also sectoral reports related to transport, health, energy, water, and all of those things. So if we have a little bit more interest, depending on the area in which I work, it would be worthwhile to spend few hours with these reports. Okay, now looking at the future. Of course, the best way to predict the future is to invent it, and we have learned that in lessons of COVID-19 about problem solving, about being interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary. Whole lot of actually, I hear it all the time. Of course, I heard it 20 years ago as well. Of course, that our structures and processes in universities, IITs, anywhere, they are not very friendly in terms of being multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary, beyond disciplinary, out of disciplinary, transdisciplinary, whatever we may call it. Even today, if I wanted to hire a chemical engineer in physics department, it would be 200% impossible to do that. But anyway, forget about that particular aspect. More of it is happening, I have no doubt, and more of it would happen because of the demands of problem solving. Now, of course, we have fragmented knowledge, scientific knowledge in thousands of different ways. And these fragments were necessary in order to have growth in a specialized sector. It was also necessary for undergraduate teaching to give an identity, and so that that identity qualifies one for a particular job. But if you were to move to higher education, starting from PhD and beyond and research, to my mind, all of science, technology, whatever we call it, can be divided into five M's of doing business. The first one is mechanics, which is understanding of everything, how things happen, why things happen, classical to quantum, from electronics to chemical to mechanical to what have you. Materials, of course, and the rise of materials has been unprecedented. Machines is basically putting together the final thing, device, a system, a bundle, if you would, that would do the job. And of course, all of this would be meaningless without manufacturing. Okay, manufacturing is a science, but paid very scant attention in all of this. While materials, machines, and mechanics have found their place, manufacturing is still considered kind of low science and technology, which it is not so. And the final M is man or woman for that matter. And what that means is that all of this science and technology is not a standalone activity, that this is not something which is done for its own sake, but it is done for the fact that man has to be at the center. Its needs and priorities are to be projected and to be fulfilled in some way through science, technology, and innovation. The next frontier of science, technology, and innovation, whole lot of it lies with the nature-inspired science and technology, not just in materials, but in processing and tools, in fabrication and manufacturing, how it happens in nature, completely different from man-made manufacturing. Devices and machines, functions and mechanisms, and indeed the principles and the wisdom by which everything is organized. So there's a whole lot of gold mine out there, and really not even a tip of this iceberg has been seen or leveraged. To give you an example about materials, where are materials going? Now we hear a lot about responsive materials, stimuli responsive materials, functional materials, nanomaterials, smart materials, even intelligent materials. And all of that is true. But of course, the next wave of materials would lead to information embedded materials, knowledge embedded materials, which means that the materials are able to decide based on stimuli and so on about how to grow, how to shrink, how to divide, how to multiply, and what kind of functions would be appropriate. So this is something that I have copyrighted. Is saying, is the next wave going to be conscious materials? So that we are running seminars and conferences that are called ConMat. Would we have wise materials? Would we even have spiritual materials, conscious materials, what have you? So this is a fantastic area really to work in. But what is fantastic about this area is not just materials, but the convergence of materials with something larger than itself, bringing it closer to how it happens in nature. Now, if we were to look at some simple functions in nature, very, very simple examples. We have structural colors, very vibrant colors in nature, which are not duplicated by man-made colors. There is the self-cleaning water repellent surfaces like the lotus leaf, which are also called fakir droplet sometimes, which means like a fakir sitting on the bed of nails and not really touching it. Even Buddha said long time ago to live in the world, be like a lotus leaf, connected to muck, but growing so beautifully and clean. Low temperature ceramics. All the man-made ceramics are made at extreme conditions of high pressure and temperature. But look at ceramics which are made in nature. Fantastic manufacturing path, bioadhesion. Look at the frogs and the gecko and insects that can modulate the strength of their adhesion and walk around forever, which means reversible, usable adhesion. Now, all of these things, they are, of course, a particular class, very simple examples, and there are infinite such examples. In fact, the examples I've shown over here, there is no very good man-made material of this kind. And in fact, these 5 examples, they don't depend on the chemical nature. The 4 examples, at least, they don't depend on the nature of the material, which may then depend on the chemistry, depends on the physics, which is very interesting because the functionalities of color, water repellency, adhesion, they all come from the micro and nano structures which are present on the surfaces of these materials. So therefore, they can be replicated in any material, whether it's metal to polymers to anything else. Where is manufacturing going? The manufacturing, of course, Industry 4.0 is the new mantra for manufacturing, and which is basically the convergence of communication, computing, and the machines and autonomous actions that happen in there. But if you another very compelling theme for manufacturing is the distributed manufacturing, personal manufacturing, point of need manufacturing, nature inspired manufacturing, and so on. And a whole lot of that, the first wave actually is coming and stabilized with 3D printing and similar kind of technologies. But this should become actually as pervasive as personal computing, for example. From personal computing to personal manufacturing is but a short step, and that step is going to happen. Now, I was very intrigued. I was very interested in what Partho talked about from a particular perspective about diversity. But if you were to look at nature, nature values diversity. This is one of the wisdoms of nature. If you would, It may tolerate suboptimality, but it would never, tolerate lack of diversity. Now, why is that? Because things evolve in different circumstances, in different environments, and so on. If we were all clones of each other, no matter how optimal we are, the first virus, COVID, would have actually finished all of us simultaneously. So diversity is a framework, which is a bulwark against any changing circumstances, if you would, and is a robust framework. And so therefore, the diversity, I'm so happy that India is such a diverse country, that the meaning of life actually is diversity. And it produces new opportunities, no doubt. And those are the opportunities that we need to fill with science and technology. Now come back to the same picture again. I don't know why. Okay, but we talked about the deficiency needs and growth needs. And it's very interesting, like I said, that technology more and more addresses the deficiency needs, which is good, no doubt. But we have made one fundamental mistake somewhere in the long march of science and technology. And that fundamental mistake is that we have said, look, if we satisfied the deficiency needs, in fact, even if we over satisfied the deficiency needs in terms of, let's say, consumption and so on, then somehow the growth needs will be automatically taken care of. In other words, we said consumption equals happiness. This is a total misunderstanding, and this misunderstanding is actually of a very recent origin, maybe 2 centuries, perhaps no more. And this is something which gives us actually a new way of thinking about where we could get our science and technology moving in the future. Okay, so what is a fountainhead of future? Is basically clearly what the mind wants: to be healthy, to have quality of life, to be connected with equality, to learn and apply that learning to make decisions in complexity. And that's the reason that we get all this machine learning, neural technologies, neural nets, and what have you, to be entertained as a metaphor. Even most of the meetings, that we go to, they also have an entertainment component actually in there. Meetings that could be finished in 5 minutes without a cup of tea are actually extended for 1 hour. Let us not forget the human aspect of the science and technology that we do to have better life, to be happy, whatever that means, to find fulfillment, to create and control my own world. This is very important because the real world doesn't offer this luxury. Of course, through science and technology, we have gained control, a much greater control of the world surrounding us than before it. But even if you look at the rise of virtual reality, mixed reality, augmented reality, whole of that would actually become so much more pervasive in the decades to come. I'm afraid that some people would start living in that reality totally. I know so many teenagers, even me, I was hooked on to actually a video game. I'm not very, proud of it, but I would be playing it until 3 a.m. in the morning, just totally ignoring the next class at 8 a.m. in the morning. So there are certain things in the mind which hook on to the world that we create and control and fight with, to live long, maybe forever. And of course, that we said happiness does not equal consumption. It doesn't even equal all the technology that we can marshal to satisfy our deficiency needs. Okay, I would skip that because we're already running a little bit late. But actually, to understand how science and technology evolved and where it is going, we have to look at actually the evolution of different kinds of industry, starting from industry zero, which is controlled by the flow of muscle, to things which are controlled by centralized industry, controlled by flow of materials, energy, machines. But 4O and beyond industry is largely controlled by flow, ownership, and control of data, information, and knowledge, and greater integration of 5 M's of science and technology that I talked about. Let's quickly talk about the overarching challenges. By overarching, I mean those which would be all pervasive, which means that they would impact every aspect of our life, from dating to food, to what I think, what I should think, and so on, and how I basically lead my life. The first challenge is the rise of intelligent machines, which today we can describe as the convergence between cyber and digital on one side and physical on the other. In other words, the convergence of materials, machines, communication, perception through sensors, computing at the edge, distributed computing, making autonomous decisions through the tools of artificial intelligence, have managing control actions and autonomous action through actuators. Add to that, if you were to go into the next society and industry, it will also integrate the biological in its fold. A lot of this is already happening, either cyber physical getting into biological or biological getting into cyber physical. All of that is happening, and this is such a fascinating topic on which one can actually have conferences and talk about for nearly 10 hours or 100 hours for that matter. So all of this is happening. Internet of Things, robotics, cobotics, quantum technologies, by many different names that they are known. Okay, why is it overarching? It's overarching because because it is because of the convergence of different streams of knowledge coming around seamlessly, and they impact learning to skills to education to work to governance to our experience and entertainment, our health, judiciary, law, commerce, medicine, privacy, or our concepts of privacy and governance, undergoing huge tectonic changes, safety, media, equalities, and justice, or the lack of them. Challenge number two, again, an overarching challenge, which is called sustainable development. Is it an oxymoron? Certainly, the way we view development today and the way we view sustainability, sustainable development together, they are pulling in two different directions. It is an oxymoron. We can think about, can we actually solve the problem of sustainable development by science and technology alone? While, an optimist would probably say that, a realist actually would say no, because it's got many different pillars. Science and technology certainly is a necessary pillar of that. But on top of that, it is the wisdom and the will of society that matters. Why do I say that? Because you see, technology, when it addresses sustainability, it is sustainability per GDP. And what that means is I would reduce emissions per GDP by having a more efficient technology, but I would not be able to reduce emissions because the total consumption is increasing. Absolutely no doubt about that. Okay, so there are sustainable development goals, we know 17 of them, and we can connect each sub goal with a particular branch or particular problem of science and technology and innovation. And this is all about problem solving. It's saying, look, how do we move from being tool centric to being problem centric? I would just like to bring in a little bit human touch into this whole problem of science and technology and innovation. So I'm very fond of quoting this that I encountered by chance. I was saying I used to think that top environmental problems were biodiversity loss, ecosystem collapse, and climate change. I thought that with 30 years of good science, we could address those problems. But I was wrong. The top problems are selfishness, greed, and apathy. And to deal with those, we need a cultural transformation at the deepest seat of consciousness, if I may add. And we scientists don't know how to do that. By the way, what he's saying about scientists is true for every section of society. Okay, so that's where we are on that. Okay, challenge number three is lost in translation syndrome. So a whole lot of our science and technology is actually confined to what we may call labs and so on, to certain groups which read each other's papers in highly specialized journals, all of which is necessary for the growth of knowledge. But the whole point is there a balance between invention and innovation? Is there a balance between creation of knowledge and dissemination of that knowledge, transmission of that knowledge to all the stakeholders that can benefit by it. You see, here I have a camera, which is a smart camera, which is driven by machine learning. So it keeps pulling me out all the time, no matter if I want to do it or not. This is related to lights and shadows of technology all the time. So while we focus tightly on the lights of a technology, we forget the nexus and life cycle and the interaction with the proximal technologies, which may produce huge shadows in the long run. Challenge number 3 or 4 is therefore the innovation. It is about completing the circle of knowledge. Now, just like everything should be sustainable, physical things should be sustainable, the knowledge also has to be sustainable in the society. And there are two parts of that knowledge ecosystem for it to be sustainable that have to act in harmony and balance. These two parts are invention, discovery on one hand, and innovation on the other. Now, a whole lot of people I meet, about more than 70% scientists themselves, students, and so on, they don't understand the meaning of innovation. So I would just very quickly go through it. So invention is about producing new knowledge. It's about also part of that is diffusing and disseminating that knowledge. Essentially, invention is what we do as scientists in R&D labs, in universities, IITs, what have you. It requires resources, it requires budget, it requires money, it requires all of that to produce knowledge and to transmit that knowledge. That's invention and discovery. Innovation is 180-degree opposite of that, is mathematically orthogonal to invention, but it completes the circle of knowledge. How? Well, innovation, the input is knowledge. And what comes out from this black box called innovation are the new socioeconomic opportunities, in other words, growth. So invention requires resources, producing knowledge, whereas innovation takes that knowledge and convert it into new opportunities. So therefore, these two things working together as a liberal metaphor, I could say Saraswati and Lakshmi working together by having a respect and understanding of each other's goals is basically what completes the goals of the society. Okay, so we are running short on time. There are a whole lot of things happening in the innovation space, and people have much better opportunities and understanding of what you can take forward there. Uh, Again, because not enough time to have a deep analysis of actually where we fail in innovation, how we fail in innovation, and so on. Now, any of you have interest in startups and innovation, please drop me an email. I'll be very happy to share actually all the insights regarding this and where are we moving in it, what are the opportunities and threats. Overarching challenge 4 in science and technology and innovation is about inclusion, diversity, demography, globalization, and poverty. The young and restless, how do they get engaged? Now, of course, diversity and inclusion is not, of course, gender is one aspect of it, which is a 50% aspect of it. I've never seen a very good bicycle which doesn't run on 2 wheels, maybe only in circus. Bicycles run on 1 wheel. But of course, diversity and its inclusion and equity is also equally about the socioeconomic background, is about geography, it's about gender, it's about education, it's about language, it's about what have you. So it is basically empowering the science and technology ecosystem of the future. All of these muscles have to be included and empowered so that they can actually have, they bring in different perspectives. They bring in different ideas. They bring in basically greater participation of all the stakeholders. Often I have seen men, they think that, well, if there were more women in all of this and all these people, that there would be less opportunities for men. That's such a silly idea that I don't even have to counter it. Because as you have more empowered people in the system, the size of basket also goes up. So therefore, the opportunities that we work with, they also enlarge in the same proportion. Okay, the final challenge that I call the last great frontier is not space. it is mind. The challenge 5 is, very soon, increasingly, we will ask what differentiates humans from machines. And of course, a manual task, cognitive task, creative task, pattern recognition. In all of this, machines are vastly superior and they are catching up even in creative tasks. I have seen the art that artificial intelligence tools create. I have seen the poems, even the novels. Okay, I can guarantee you that within 20 years, it's not only about beating the world chess champions. There is no hope there at all. But any kind of pattern recognition, in other words, doing all sorts of science, which is based on pattern recognition, whether it is drug discovery, whether it is material science, whether it is fluid mechanics, whether it is making, finding the options, the best decisions, best governance, what have you. All of them would actually, or financial markets, trading, what have you, all of that is going to be outsourced to machines. Okay, so the last great frontier, if you would, to my mind, is the science and technology of brain, consciousness, happiness, and fulfillment. Why can't we have science and technology of happiness? I mean, after all these technology tools that we are working with, they must have an objective. And what is the overarching objective, if you were to ask me or anybody else for that matter, is of course the fulfillment and happiness. So, why don't we cut the chase and we say, look, let us get down to what this is all about, what the existence is all about. And of course, how do we understand things? Not clear to me. The final frontier, the big questions, in which there is going to be a lot more of science and technology investment in the decades to come and centuries to come, in fact, is the riddles of existence, perception. Perception is not a simple thing, it's not purely mechanical. Brain, mind, awareness, consciousness, self consciousness, and so on, and the connectedness of everything. Look, every time I drew what is called a free body diagram in physics, I had some kind of suspicion. I had some kind of, unsatisfied query or a puzzle. And I said, is that really true that I can predict actually when I drop a ball as to when it's going to hit the floor and how high it would jump? Certainly, assuming the rest of the universe remained static. So preparing the ground for the science and technology of the future is basically shift from tool-centric to problem-centric, emphasis on integration and synthesis and not only on analysis, on creativity, connecting the dots, even scientific common sense and intuition. And it's all about the convergence and co-arising. It's about understanding and negotiating the change, which is very interesting. We saw it in COVID-19 times. Interesting thing about negotiating and understanding change is basically that the human mind, it changes slowly, linearly changes with a small slope, whereas technology could be a little bit different. So technology could be disruptive, exponential, and rapid. So whole problem is how does society and individual mind actually negotiate change? And then, of course, going from invention to innovation and so on. So a brief history of the future is about convergence. It is about understanding the deep drivers and directions of science and technology, which lay in understanding minds, needs, demands, wants, desires, and greed. These demands cannot be fulfilled with technology alone. It needs a balancing act. There are lights and shadows of technology. Technology is a good servant, but it will take control. That's one part. The second part is that humans will willingly and happily relinquish more and more of that control because of the so-called efficiency and lethargy. So it is time to focus on the higher needs through science and technology. If I were to say yoga and meditation, whole lot of people say, what I'm talking pseudoscience, what I'm talking about, and so on. Okay, well, okay, you be the judge. But anyhow, you see, no body of knowledge is ever static. And if we were to have growing science and technology, which means evidence-based, logic and so on, data-based stuff, figuring out things, scientific temper, this cannot be limited only to what we consider to be science and technology. it would not solve our deeper problems that we belabor actually for individuals and for society that we want to see in the future centuries, the life on planet Earth. Right. So this my take-home message that quality science, profound science, science with direction and relevance, and the translation of that science, science is reaching the different stakeholders of it. Now, I'm not saying that the same scientist and same person is responsible for all of these. No, certainly not. Certainly not. Point is, do we have an ecosystem that is able to cater to different functionalities that we want from our science and technology? And do they work actually together to make it all possible? Thank you very much. I would stop here. That's my last slide um, about science, life, and everything else. Thank you. Anybody is still there and awake so that we can
Thank you, Professor Sharma,
from here and
for
go to the
giving
next
us a
program.
glimpse into the vision that you hold for the future Indian scientific landscape. The audience resonated well with your vision and the notion that the only way to predict the future is to invent it. I'm positive that the future of science and technology in India will be as exciting as the disciplines of science continue to blend into each other. Thank you very much, sir. Let us now take a short 15-minute break for tea in the lobby and resume the program at 6:45 p.m. I would like to thank all distinguished speakers of this session and request them to please stay back for the popular science lecture by Mr. Pranay Lal. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor Shantanu Chaudhary and Professor Mitali Mukherjee, and of course, my friend, Professor Manoharan. I just wanted to, congratulate the speakers who spoke before me. I mean, what a galaxy of stars! Some of my heroes from the scientific world: Professor Barthamajunder, Professor Rao, Professor Brahmachari, Professor Ashutosh Sharma. I've looked up to their work and their leadership in taking forward the whole agenda of science and scientific thinking. So I'm actually pretty much in trepidation and trembling just now because I don't know, it's a tough act to follow. But let me try telling you about what I think about a story that has been plaguing us for the last more than 2 years, perhaps, and that's the rise of a virus that has unsettled the world. But I'm going to take a position from the other contrarian view about the microbial world and in particular viruses. This talk is based on a book that I've written, and the book itself is based on a podcast I did in May 2020. So I just want to take you first to an image from a French encyclopedia for housewives. And this image is from 1880. What this image shows is that there are 3 children with 3 different types of clinical manifestations of the skin. The one on the left is measles, the one in the center is scarlet fever, and the one on the right is smallpox. So the reason why I bring this up is this that soon after this phase of literature or writing, the focus of medical research and writing shifted because we entered an age of discovery, and not only the discovery of what microbes were or even viruses, but also the age of antibiotics. And within 30 years of discovering effective antibiotics, it was summarily dismissed in most medical textbooks. For example, in the 1962 textbook of infectious disease by Castle, it says that the end of the infectious diseases are near. And as a result, there has been very little study or emphasis on many infectious diseases that have been persistent or those that have been emerging. This image in particular becomes very, very important for us now because it's a reminder that we may have pushed ourselves back into a more primitive mindset when we start exploring the fact that we have encountered pandemics. Like I said, pandemics were considered, or even outbreaks and epidemics, at least in more developed parts of the world, were considered to be a thing of the past. The emergence of COVID-19 has shown us that we may have not passed that threshold where we can discount the role of nature and, more importantly, the role of the microbial world, whether it's in a positive light or the detrimental things that it can throw at us. So I'm just going to say that while we look at the negativities of the microbial world, we changed our narrative drastically. From just a year prior to the outbreak of COVID-19, we were celebrating the discovery, or rather the announcement that a major progress has been made in terms of new microbiological techniques like using of CRISPR, and for which the Nobel Prize for Medicine was given. So it's been a bit of a volte-face in terms of how the world has viewed at one moment as being euphoric, and at another moment at this being a time when we have to see ourselves in the perspective that the microbial world has reset for us. I'm just going to be very quickly trying to tell you what I mean by the microbial world. If you were to look at under a microscope and take a pinch of a moist soil from, say, a pond or a bird bath, chances are that you would encounter a worm like this, which is called a nematode. Now, nematodes are really, really tiny. If you have to really gaze with your naked eye to try spotting it, but it's rather simple to see it under a microscope. It's very elegant. It's the most abundant macroscopic creature or in the world, in the sense that this is the most abundant metazoan in the world. It's reported that about 57 billion nematodes exist for every human being. This worm-like creature is always pretty simple to find in pond water or on the edge of soils that are near ponds or bird baths or even rivers. Up next, if you were to bring down your field of vision a little more by, say, 10 times more, you encounter these slipper-shaped creatures. These are parameciums. I'm sure most of us who've studied biology would remember this creature. They slink around over one another, and they are extremely mesmerizing to look at. If you were to move your field vision a little along the slide or the drop of water that you have prepared as a hanging drop preparation, chances are that you might encounter very beautiful geometric creatures like this one. Now, this is a solitary living algal body called Microasterias. Now, Microasterias means micro means small and asteria means sun. So it looks like the sun, and it's under refracted light. It's absolutely beautiful to look at, and it can come in various colors. It can be greens and yellows and reds, and so the pigments depend on the day, time of the day when you're looking at it, and also the species. If you were to narrow down your field of vision, and in fact increase the resolution of your microscope, you would encounter some fuzzy things like the one that is on the foreground of this image. Now, this is a stained image. None of these images are true or taken in one single vision. Let me put that right. These are collected and seen under different kinds of microscopes. So it's just a collection of images. Please do not treat them as having been seen in one single vision. This is a stained slide, and the creature that you see in the foreground with the white, the black and gray strands with what looks like heads of flowers is actually Aspergillus. It's a deadly fungus in humans. Some species, 3 species can be deadly to humans, but the other 80 odd species have no effect on humans or are actually soil dwelling fungi. The red or the pink colored single cell that you see is a yeast cell, Saccharomyces. Now, Saccharomyces can live in groups, in bunches, or they can be solitary. But what is critical to us is now looking at the smallest creature, and this is the virus. These are multiple viruses trying to attach themselves, and they are in a race to send their genes through the cell wall of this bacteria. There's a multitude of viruses, a variety of viruses, but most cells and most creatures have very specific viruses, very specific to their individual cells and organs and even body types. So having seen the diversity of what you see under a single drop of water, I just want to reiterate the fact that about the size of different microscopic things that we encounter in our daily lives. To your right is a strand of hair. Just to show that it's an average human hair, which could be 50 to 180 micrometers. But if you were to move towards the left, you come to the 2 disc-shaped red-colored objects that you see, and that's the red blood cell. Let's move along further to the left. You see these 2 blue sausage-shaped bodies, and that's average bacterium. But let's move a little more left, and you see this brown spherical object, and that's wood smoke, the smallest particle, one of the smallest particles that the human eye can see. But again, let's move a little more left, and you see that red dot that's on the left, and that's the coronavirus. It's one of the larger viruses. It's not the largest, but it's one of the larger viruses that we know. And to the left of that is the bacteriophage, the one that I showed you previously in the slide where the bacteria was being attacked by viruses. Such viruses are called bacteriophage. They look like space landers. I have an image later which I will show you. And to the left of that, it's barely visible, is a Zika virus. Zika viruses are among the smallest known viruses that we know of. Of course, polio is also an extremely small virus. But while viruses are really small, we also have giant viruses. I want to take you to a small story that started in 1992 on the top of a cooling tower above a hospital in Bradford in Yorkshire. Now, Bradford is an industrial town, and many of you would know Bradford because of Jack the Ripper. There's very little else that is memorable about the town. But for virologists, the discovery that happened here, this was incredible. Now, in 1992, there was a mysterious pneumonia that was happening to people who had, or patients who were admitted in the hospital, who were slightly low on immunity or were immune suppressed. And this pneumonia, the cause of the pneumonia was remained undiagnosed for a very long time. It wasn't lethal, but the pneumonia was persistent, and the normal antibiotics that were being administered did not seem to work. The pathologist who was entrusted to find out what the cause of the outbreak was, found that the creature the life form that was isolated from the lungs was also found in the cooling towers of the hospital. But no matter how much he tried, he was unable to culture it. That means he was not able to grow it in the nutrient agars and the medium, the different microbiological mediums. The standard practice is that if you are able to grow it and you can see it under the microscope after a process called staining, what is called gram staining. So he nevertheless concentrated the cells that he was able to isolate from the lung samples and tried to stain this. And he found something very peculiar, because staining process generally gives a single color, either blue or pink. But in this case, he got both the colors in the cell. So clearly, this was a very, very different bacteria, if at all it was a bacteria. He looked further and tried using other tests, microbiological tests, but he found that this was something very, very different. And uh, unable to diagnose it any further, and given that there were huge cuts in the NHS, the UK government in 1993-95 had major fund restrictions, and because of which the scientist sent a sample to two French scientists in University of Marseille, and there it was languishing for about a year or two. And it was only after somebody remembered that there was this mysterious fever outbreak that happened in Bradford. Let's look at that sample. And lo and behold, they found the same thing that they were supposed to not see. These two pink and blue cells. They decided to put this under a electron microscope, and then they discovered something like this. They found that there were giant viruses in the center of these rounded cells. When they teased out these viruses out and let the circular, the white matter in which they were living, they found that the host was actually an amoeba. It was something called an acanthoamoeba, one of the most primitive forms of amoeba that is alive today. And once they published this in a paper in Science, there were other discoveries that were reported from a thermal spring in Japan, and even from IIT Bombay from Powai Lake. And since then we've got about 20 odd species of these giant viruses that have been discovered. Now, these are rather simple to see even under a simple microscope. So the giant viruses actually can be pretty large. I mean, they can be giants, right? I mean, in the microbial sense. What makes giant viruses unique or really relevant for us is that they have turned around the conversation on how and when and what could have caused the evolution of viruses. I'm not going to go into it, but I mean, I'll do some shameless promotion of my book. I mean, if you really are interested in how viruses evolved, did the cells evolve first or viruses? It's like a chicken and egg conversation, but you'll have to read my book. So, so what we now know, because of the nature of which we've studied the structure of viruses and the genetic structures of viruses, we now know that there is a variety of shapes and even sizes, and also the types of genomic structures they have. So it can be DNA or RNA, they can be double-stranded or single-stranded, and even then there's complexity. There's something called positively sensed and negatively sensed. With so much diversity in the microbial and in particular the viral world, the classification body of virologists, which is called the ICTV, International Committee on Taxonomy of Viruses, in 2020 decided to expand the 7-tiered Linnaean classification model to 15 rank and model for viruses. And while this is this would upset the lumpers, but there is no other way to accommodate the complexities that the viral world shows to us. I just want to make 5 propositions to you. My first proposition is that the viral world is an integral part of the microbial world at large. And they provide services that are absolutely unique and fascinating. And if we were to put them in the right perspective, in how they manage to balance the various forces of nature, we would have a greater appreciation of it. And my first contention is that the very breath that you and I take is made possible because of microbes, and the role of viruses in particular is incredible. Let me show you this image. Some of you who've read my book, my previous book, Indica, would remember this image. Now, this is the reclining Vishnu from Bandhavgarh. And Vishnu, as you know, is the god or the preserver and the god who maintains the balance in nature. Now, this statue is overlooking a placid pool. The pool is covered with what you and I would call slime, but for a microbiologist or somebody who studies algae, this is blue-green bacteria. Now, blue-green bacteria are incredible creatures. There are at least 8,000 known species of blue-green bacteria, and they dominate the top 8 meters or more of ocean and sea water. And in lakes and ponds in fresh water, it can be the entire horizon that can be dominated by these bacteria. What is incredible about these creatures is that they evolved about 3.7 billion years ago. And they were found in the margins of wherever water met land. And they colonized and partnered with other bacteria, especially specialist bacteria that could break down and assimilate specific material and nutrients or elements. This is a fossil of a partnership. Now, this kind of a rock which entombs the fossils of cyanobacteria from 3 billion or older years is called a stromatolite. Now, stromatolites basically are layered rocks which show that layer upon layer, cyanobacteria and a partner bacterium was collaborating to grow into colonies, and a single rock like this, which is about a foot wide and long, is about, it covers at least 10,000 to 15,000 years of constant growing. Now, what was remarkable about stromatolites was that they produce so much oxygen for the first 2.5 billion years that they created Earth's atmosphere. They also caused the oxidation of most metals, for example, iron oxides and calcium oxides and all those oxides that you see. Prior to this, most elements and most minerals were very simple and basic. There were no oxides. And the third thing they did was they created an ozone layer. They produced so much oxygen during the 2 billion years that they dominated. They created the first major ice age of the Earth. Now, that was the key event in Earth's history to not only produce all the water that we have in oceans that are filling the basins and rivers that we have in the world today, but it also created the chance or the opportunity of leapfrogging from unicellular life to multicellular life. Because once that availability of oxygen and oxides and the ozone layer protecting vulnerable cells from expanding and accreting together to create more complex life, this whole process enabled the evolutionary leap for more complex life, especially multicellularity. Now, having done this, all this oxygen being made available and triggering more complex life to arise, we find that the blue-green bacteria continue to dominate the ocean waters. Now, as human beings, we tend to focus more on land. We love to see our forests and our deserts and our grasslands, but very few of us actually pay attention to what happens in the oceans. Most of the oxygen production that happens, most of the free oxygen that is produced also, is not from forests or grasslands, but from the oceans. You remember that I said that 8 meters of seas and oceans are actually dominated by single-celled creatures. And among them, there is a creature that you see along the equatorial belt, the bright green colored swathe that you see across the globe, is a champion organism called Prochlorococcus. It wasn't discovered till the mid-1990s, and this is the most abundant cell outside of the viruses. The Prochlorococcus and its cousin Synechococcus, which you see in sky blue color, is perhaps the two organisms that work together and produce anything between 20 to 24% of all the oxygen that is produced on Earth. Now, what is remarkable about the blue-green bacteria, the varieties that exist, is that they have a very short lifespan. And because they are in the ocean and once death occurs, their cells sink into the depths of the ocean. Now, let me digress a little and tell you that our fossil fuels that were made, 300 billion years or 300 million years to about 200 million years ago, are all embedded deep into the earth. For example, oil and gas and coal, all of this lies in the depths of the earth. Once they are taken out from there and burnt, they're consumed to produce energy, the carbon dioxide stays inside the atmosphere. That's the cause of concern that we have. And that's the reason why we have global warming and therefore climate change. The mitigating measures that we have proposed is to plant trees and have direct to air capture. The challenge is that both these measures would leave the carbon on the surface, right? Because trees accumulate carbon efficiently, but they also stay on the surface and they are prone to decomposition and worse, to wildfire. Now, in either situation, the carbon gets released very quickly. As we speak, there's a massive fire in Argentina. And last year, we had massive fires in California, Australia, Russia, and even for the first time in the permafrost region of the Arctic. Now, with so much carbon dioxide exposed, whether it's organic carbon dioxide, carbon in the form of vegetation, or it's in the form of other things like fossil fuels, the burning makes sure that the carbon dioxide gets released quickly. And for this reason, organisms that are on the top of ocean layers and lakes and ponds and go and bury themselves after they die into the depths of the oceans or lakes stay there for thousands and perhaps even millions of years. Some of them even get converted into petroleum. So the efficiency by which carbon gets buried is in the seas, in the high seas. And therefore, the role of oceans, seas, rivers becomes even more important if we are looking at mitigation. Now, where does virus fit into this story? Now, I told you that the champion creatures are Prochlorococcus and Synechococcus, right? Now, these, like I said, anything between 20 to 24% of all free oxygen is produced by them. But their life cycle in normal circumstances would be 2 to 7 days. But the presence of viruses like these, they have very specific viruses, and for each strain of Prochlorococcus, there is a specific phage. Remember, I used the word phage as in the virus that eats a bacteria, bacteriophage. Now, bacteriophage accelerate the killing of bacteria, right? Now, Prochlorococcus and Synechococcus have very specific viruses that kill them. And so is it for another creature called Trichodesmium. Now, Trichodesmium is in the oceans, the most important or the most efficient organism that digests and assimilates and recycles nitrogen. And Microcystis does the same for sulfur. And there are several other microbes and their viruses that ensure and regulate this process. So the viruses are efficient undertakers of this whole process. The whole ocean life cycle, and also on the surface of lakes and rivers, and also moist soils, these creatures are working together, one predating on the other, but ensuring that there is a constant balance in their numbers, which keeps the oxygen carbon cycle in balance. And the same is true for trichodesmium, which does it for nitrogen. The same is true for Microcystis, which tries to manage or regulate the entire sulfur cycle. So the beauty of this finely calibrated, interlinked cycle of elements, nutrients, and minerals is orchestrated between the viruses and different microbes. And if the viruses were to go on a strike, say they decide to go for a strike for a year, or forget a year, even a month, there would be a massive oxygen crisis, and our oceans and seas would start looking like the sewage lines that we have in our country, right? Thick and piling up with green gunky material, right? And that is what's going to be the fate of water bodies. So we must accord some responsibility and some importance to this delicate relationship between the viruses and the larger microbial world. So I hope I have made some my first proposition of trying to convince you that the free air that you and I breathe, the free oxygen that you and I get with each of our breaths, is courtesy the processes that are happening in the open seas, and that's how the oxygen and the carbon dioxide and the free composition that we have is largely because of how these creatures orchestrate their processes on a daily basis. I'm now going to move to my second proposition. I'm going to make a very, very strong claim. My submission to you is that after the sun and plate tectonics, it's the viruses and the microbial world in general that have powered evolution forward. Other than the oxygen contribution that was done by the stromatolites and the blue-green bacteria and the viruses, there is something even larger that has been done in the past. And I'm going to start with a story of this fish on the left. Now, this is a coelacanth. It was discovered accidentally. It's in a deep sea trawling event that was happening in Comoros Island. And it was a chance discovery that was made by a family of South Africans called the Latimer family. Now, coelacanth is a very unique fish. It possibly emerged around 410 million years ago, well before the time of the dinosaurs. Now, it's a fish that lives in submarine volcanic regions, and it lives in caves. You can see that it's in a hollow-like structure inside in deep sea. It has very unique scales. It has very unique eyes. What is really unique about it, it's got a muscular fin and a very muscular tail. Now, deep sea divers who have photographed and pictured the movement of coelacanth have narrated that they've seen this fish actually climb the vertical walls of caves, trying to find small hagworms or even small plant material for its daily consumption. The muscular fin and the muscular tail is something that is unique to this fish. And there's only a couple of other fish like the lungfish that have this. Now, so what is really important about developing a muscular fin is that a chance infection that happened to an ancestor or a predecessor of the coelacanth caused this fin, which is otherwise non-muscular in other fish, became muscular. Now, the infection that happened was the one that you see on the right. Now, that's the virus that caused it. Now, it's called a foamy virus. Now, foamy viruses are RNA viruses. So once they infect, they cause the tissue to become a bit bubbly or like foam, and that's why they're called foamy viruses. And in some instances, the RNA virus, the RNA of the virus goes and integrates in the DNA. And that's when this incredible leap in evolution happens. A muscular fin and a muscular tail were the essential ingredients for the first steps to take place on land. So the amphibians also have a foamy virus. Amphibian, the ancestors, or rather the descendants of this fish or something like this would have created or would have evolved into something that became an ancestor of the amphibians, carrying this foamy virus and then adding new foamy viruses to develop a forelimb and a hind limb and a muscular tail. And that creature, or a creature something like of that nature, was the one that eventually took the first bold steps out of the sea and colonized land. And since then, there have been subsequent and repeated foamy virus infections, causing the physiology of all creatures to constantly evolve and create new kinds of limbs and musculature and symmetries. Now, this is only one aspect of that infection. I want you to bring something, an infection that happened, which you might relate to more closely to. Now, this is an image from about 255 million years ago. This is the time when the land was dominated by this creature on the left, which is called a Lystrosaurus. Now, this is an amphibian, about the size of your like your auto rickshaw, right? And these were grazers. They needed to come close to water to lay their eggs and for their young to grow, but they moved in herds, quite like our cows or antelopes, and they would graze on cycads and ferns and lycopods. The creature on the top right is the ancestor of the modern day alligator or crocodile, but the creature that we are interested at the moment is the one at the bottom right, one which is standing on top of another lizard-like thing. And it looks a bit like a mongoose, but this is a true reptile. But there are signs to this that show that it is not really a true reptile like the one we imagine. It does have a scaly mouth and it has hollow fang-like teeth. It has a scaly tail and scaly legs, but it also has hair-like protrusion on its back. Now, this is the first sign that you see in this creature called Thrinaxodon. We found fossils of Thrinaxodon in Andhra Pradesh, for example, and even in Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh. Now, this is where we find the first signs of mammalian signs of developing hair on a scaly skin. Now, why is it important that we're talking about this? Now, mammal-like reptiles diverged into two broad paths. The first stayed very reptilian, and they became the ancestors to the monotremes. Now, the monotremes, like the platypus or the echidna, still lay eggs, and they have a poison gland, and they have spurs on their hind legs. They also have the scaly underbelly. So they have a lot of similarities with the reptilian ancestor that you see before you. The other stream that evolved is the true mammals, that is like us, or the dogs or the cats and the camels and all of those. And they developed what is unique to true mammals, which is a placenta. That means the ability to give live birth. Now, I'm not going to go into the history of the placenta, but placenta is a fascinating organ. It is completely developed by a protein that is of viral origin. If that viral protein is inactive or does not or is absent in a person, which is highly unlikely, the chances of that female to conceive is next to nothing. There is also another protein, a viral protein embedded in our a viral gene that is embedded in our genome, which protects us from causing spontaneous abortions. Now, remember that this is a viral protein that is creating an entire organ using nutrients from the human body, right? So everything that it does inside the body is foreign. And the chances that the immune system, the human immune system, rejects it is very high. But in order to keep the placenta intact, there is another viral gene that actually modulates it down, your immune system, from overreacting and ejecting a placenta. So in a sense, it's paradoxical that our own birth is something that is concocted or orchestrated or conspired by the act of viruses. So it feels like the film Alien, right? Where you have alien injecting something into your body and then it multiplies inside you. Well, that's exactly what happens when a person conceives. This protein gets triggered, and a placenta is formed. I'm now going to present to you my third submission, which is on defenses that are created by viruses themselves. Now, viruses are known to us as pathogens, but there are more viruses that do more good than viruses that do bad to us. And this is a very interesting area of exploration in science, and something that is not often talked about. Now, as soon as we are born, if we are born through a normal birth canal, we get laced with lactobacilli and several other important microbes that we get from our mother. But even as we are fed by a mother's milk and also by diet that infants are given, we acquire a microbiome which is very similar to our own parents. Now, that microbiome also has a very rich signature of viruses. I'm going to first show you this image. Now, this is herpes virus. We know of 8 herpes viruses that affect the human populations, and we actually have anything between 2 to 6 of them at any time. Chances of us getting, say, chicken pox or herpes zoster, which is a very painful condition. Herpes zoster is basically known as shingles. It happens when you're older and slightly in your 30s, 40s, or 50s, and you get this on one side of your body. Now, this is a virus that actually lives in nerve ends or at the end of your cutaneous and subcutaneous boundary. What it also can do is start circulating inside your bloodstream, and there it has a role that until 2016 was not known to virologists. What we now know is that a rich viral load of what we now consider are benign viruses, which otherwise do not cause disease, are actually beneficial to a host because they keep the immune system primed, but they also lock out viruses from entering you. For example, if a receptor has been occupied by a virus that is circulating within your body, chances of another virus utilizing that as a portal of entry is therefore negligible. Now, what we also know through several genetic studies of viruses, but also increasingly the DNA that Dr. Barthamajunder was talking about. Such bidirectional studies of genomes of viruses and humans is informing us that there have been multiple exchange of both disease-causing viruses as well as beneficial microbes across our human ancestors. And this 7 million year old family portrait, if I can say that word, from our earliest ancestors who began to walk upright to the modern day ancestors. And as Professor Barthamajunder said, there were at least 4 known cousins of the Homo sapiens that lived alongside them, and which enabled a constant exchange of microbes, especially of viruses. And that enrichment has been something which is important because it has not only made us susceptible to disease, that's the popular theory that we follow, but we do not look at the underside, that there is a lot of benefits that the other viruses that we are now discovering that have actually protected us from other more, possibly more, potentially more lethal infectious diseases. And among them is this virus. Now, it doesn't look like much, right? It looks like a cluster of just gray blobs. And this is called anilovirus. Aniloviruses have been found to be extremely, extremely beneficent in people who have low immunity or are immune compromised. And people who have a high titer of aniloviruses have been found to be protected from otherwise extremely lethal infections that they would have acquired in the hospital or during the operations that they have to undergo several times. So carriers of aniloviruses, of different varieties of aniloviruses, now there are about 40 known aniloviruses in humans, which are found in different people. So this is an area of immense importance. What was once thought to be extremely sterile, for example, the cerebrospinal fluid or even the human urine, we now know that there are several varieties of viruses that actually inhabit our bodies. And it's only a matter of time when we actually start cataloging and discovering the benefits of viruses that live within us. I'm now going to come to my 4th submission, which is on order and disorder, the balance of how viruses and the microbial world survives within each individual. Now, until not too far ago, we used to believe that there were 100 trillion bacteria that lived in our body, as against 10 trillion human cells. Now, that was a guesstimate made in a correspondence in a journal, which actually found its way into medical textbooks, and then it became a bit of an urban legend. And that was a number that everybody who studies the microbiology or virology tended to believe. But then in 2016, scientists in the Weizmann Institute in Israel decided to test this. And they found that there are 39 trillion bacteria as against 30 trillion human cells. That means for every human cell, there is 1.3 bacterial cell in our body. That means 30% more bacteria live in our body than our own cells, right? But in terms of mass, it is really, really tiny, because we've got cells like the fatty cells. They are very large. They can be few centimeters or a few inches long, fatty cells, or even muscle cells and nerve cells. They are very large cells and they're bulky cells. And as a result, while the volume of our own cells is large and the mass is large, the numbers of bacteria are much higher in a human being. So 39 trillion bacteria to 30 trillion human cells. I mean, that's the ratio that you must remember. Now, what we now know is that the dominant if you were to ask a dentist, I mean, try it on your dentist sometimes. If your dentist has studied in the 60s, 70s, 80s, or even in the 1990s, ask him or her, what is the dominant bacteria in our mouth? Chances are they will say it's Pedococcus. Well, we now know this is a cross section on the human tongue, right? This is actually a top view of the human tongue. And the different colors that you see are different colonies of bacteria, and they reside there and they perform specific functions. For example, if you've had something really hot or something really cold, if you had something very sour or bitter, different bacteria will act up and ensure that it does not damage your tongue, or more importantly, start neutralizing what you've consumed before it reaches your stomach. So the whole process of digestion and pre-digestion begins with your tongue, and these organisms that you're seeing, this beautiful colored image, false color composite, is of a human tongue. And the immense variety of organisms are there for a specific purpose, right? So the discovery of the microbes that live within us is a very recent phenomenon. The multitudes we contain are unknown to us, and they decide about everything that we do. It decides on how much mass we are going to have. But just looking at the microbiome, scientists are able to decipher whether you are within the normal BMI or not. Whether you have the Monday morning blues, that's the range of estimates that scientists can make if they have your microbiological profile of your different organs of your body. So it's getting sophisticated, and organisms, as they get discovered, are a true revelation of who we are. Let me just also reiterate that I studied microbiology in the 1990s, and we were told that the dominant gut organism is this creature called Escherichia coli, and this is the most studied bacteria in microbiology, at least human microbiology. Agrobacterium is for agricultural microbiology, and for human biology, it's Escherichia coli. It's a standard organism, test organism that we use. But it's now been discovered that Escherichia coli is easy to culture, and therefore it was estimated to be the most dominant, the most prevalent organism in your gut. But if culturing procedures and ways to isolate and growing could be improved, and as they have happened, we've discovered that the dominant creatures are actually something else. It's Bacteroides. This is an organism that is important and seen most often in people who consume more meats and eggs and milk. And then there are two other organisms called Prevotella and Ruminococcus. Now, both of these are seen in people who take more fruits and vegetables and high fiber, and their proportions decide on how healthy your gut is and how good your systems are, and whether you're going to gain weight in the future or not. Of course, it depends on how much you exercise and many other factors. I'm trying to put it rather simplistically, but what I'm trying to drive at is that the organisms in your gut actually decide who you are truly. But for a very long time, it was not known that these organisms exist, and how do they work together, and how do they colonize the different parts of the human gut. But the fundamental question that intrigued scientists was that if there is so much fermentation, digestion, assimilation that is happening in the stomach after we have a hearty meal, why is it that our stomachs don't burst open? Because after all, these organisms are all competing for food, and they produce gases and they produce acids and all those things that we know that these individual bacteria can do. Well, genetic studies in 2017 from across different countries that were analyzing for viruses in human normal feces or normal human subjects found regularly traces of viral genes that showed that there was a single class of dominant virus, and it was not known for a very, very long time because it was very difficult to isolate it. But then they found, using computer sciences and genomics, they identified this virus, this class of viruses called the crass-phage virus. Now, it sounds crass. It's actually spelled as crass, but it's a CR small with A, capital A and two small S's. So crass with a capital A in the center. Now, what does it stand for? It stands for computer assembled viruses. So CRASS. So computers were used to piece together the different genes that they isolated from human feces and put this together and said, we are looking for a virus that will have these genomes. And lo and behold, they searched and they found this in copious numbers. So think about it. The viral overload that controls our gut and the composition of the microbial residents in our stomach and our intestines and everywhere else was unknown till 2017. And we have given it a name which is also not something based on the features or the physical or the biochemical properties of the virus. We've given it a name which is largely on the way we discovered the virus, which is crass-phage. I want to bring to your notice this bacteria. Now, this bacteria is called Ralstonia. Ralstonia was discovered in 1890 in Brazil when a lot of food crops from South America were being transported all across the world, especially Africa and Florida and Southeast Asia. Now, this creature is something that was found in the soils of Brazil and Argentina and the Central American region. And it was known to infect 8 root crops and some stem crops, but largely root crops, especially potato. Now, what is unique about Ralstonia is that it's an extremely mobile bacteria. It's got a tuft of flagella at one end, which makes it extremely motile. And as soon as it rains or there is a splatter of water, this bacteria is able to find its way to a new plant. It's extremely, extremely pernicious and ubiquitous. What we know now is that from those 8 plants that it infected, there are over 400 plants that it now infects in the New World. For example, tea. Now, there was no tea in South America, but the tea that it encountered in India, Sri Lanka, and China is now devastated by this bacterium. And it continues to infect potato globally. In fact, the damage that Ralstonia causes exceeds $5 billion every year. It was the first bacteria to be added to the US bioterror list. But as this bacteria moved into new countries, it also found a new predator. Now, this is one of those predators. Again, this is a bacteriophage. Now, bacteriophage, like I mentioned, look like space landers. They come and land on a bacteria. They are very specific. Unrelated bacteriophage will not infect this bacterium. And of course, it's a completely chance event because viruses do not have chemotaxis. At least we don't know of that. And it's a completely random process of how they will land on the cell surface of a bacterium or any other cell for that matter. So it is that chance event that has to take place for the bacteriophage to actually go ahead and infect Ralstonia or any other bacterium. But once it does that, the annihilation is complete. And they create several copies of themselves, which are then ready to infect more of the host that they infect. Now, this is something that has been of immense value to, or it can be of immense value to the humankind. Now, why do I say that? Before the discovery of antimicrobials, antibiotics in particular, viruses, particularly the bacteriophages, were critical to fight infectious disease. Between World War I and World War II, Bacteriophages were used in the trenches where soldiers were fighting, especially to fight against diarrhea, if they developed diarrhea, or if they had battle wound, especially gangrene. There were specific phages that were identified and they were administered, and Polish soldiers, German soldiers, especially General Rommel's cache of arms and medical supplies that were found in Tobruk, found vials of bacteriophages, and it was clearly marked, and this is to be given in the case of diarrhea, this has to be given in the case of wounds. It was very, very specific. And there are only a few countries that continue to practice the phage therapy even today. Mainly Georgia, Poland, Russia, few other countries where phage therapy is legitimately used. Phage therapy is also legitimately used for Staphylococcus aureus in skin infections in cats and dogs in the US, but it's not permitted for use in human beings. Now that's a travesty, because you're not using nature to fight nature, the problems that can be cured by a nature-based solution. And this is an area where the future of medicine perhaps lies, especially when we see the rise of antimicrobial resistance, where conventional antibiotics are failing us. And this is something that I want to share with you. Two important examples where people were saved by using phage therapy. The person on, I don't know whether all of you recognize this, but this is an enlargement from the Beatles album called Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Heart. Now, this is an enlargement because on the right, you would see John Lennon in the yellow jacket. The two gentlemen on the bottom left are Ringo Starr and Paul McCartney. Above Ringo Starr is Marlon Brando. But the person of interest to us in this image is the gentleman with the big hat. Now, this gentleman goes by the name of Tom Mix. During the silent era, he was the single largest superstar of the Hollywood world, especially in the cowboy films. And there were cereals and soup cans that were named after his name. But in November 1931, at the onset of the talkie cinema, there was something that happened to Tom Mix, and he fell down. He developed a very bad case of peritonitis. Thankfully, he was in Hollywood, in Los Angeles. The Stanford Medical School had a very vibrant department of microbiology. They were able to diagnose the peritonitis. They were able to identify and classify the bacteria that was causing the peritonitis. In their stock, they had a collection of vials which were targeted to this specific bacterium that was causing the peritonitis. And when they applied that in the bowels in the gut of Tom Mix, who was, there was no antibiotic in 1931, no effective antibiotic. Penicillin was still a few years away, and sulfonamides were still in their very early days, and they were not effective on peritonitis. So when the phage were used on Tom Mix, they worked wonders, and he was up and about, and his Hollywood career resumed. The other person is somebody you might all recognize. This is Elizabeth Taylor. In May 1961, she had returned from Egypt after shooting for the film Cleopatra. But as soon as she arrived in London, a day or two later, she collapsed in a hotel, and it was found that she had a severe case of pneumonia. And they had to do an emergency tracheotomy in the hotel itself because she was unable to breathe. She was gasping for air. And she was taken to a hospital where the conventional penicillin was not working. But there was a new type of penicillin that was discovered called methyl penicillin. But at the same time, the doctors were saying that they could not take the risk of using just methyl penicillin because it wasn't proven to work against the deadly Staphylococcus aureus. They knew that there was a lab in Philadelphia, which had bacteriophages that worked very well on Staphylococcus aureus. So they called out for that, and there was a special shipment that left Philadelphia from the Delmont labs, the one I was telling you about that continues to make bacteriophages for cats and dogs, but not for humans. But it perhaps alongside with methyl penicillin worked and saved the life of Miss Taylor. But sadly, what happened was that the New York Times and other papers highlighted the importance of methyl penicillin and forgot to mention phage therapy. And as a result, phage therapy has since then been forgotten. Now, here's something which is non-toxic, very specific, and exits the body, the human body, as soon it finds that its host, in this case, Staphylococcus aureus, as soon as it has exterminated all the Staphylococcus aureus, the virus will leave your body because it doesn't find any more Staphylococcus in your bloodstream. So something as clean and effective has been ignored for several years, and I think it's time that phage therapy comes back into practice. And my final point, and I'm sorry, organizers, that I'm taking longer, but this is going to be quick and about to end my presentation. Without viruses and the microbial world, our world would be less beautiful. And let me just show you what I mean. Tulips, wild tulips, are usually single colored. Some of them are two colored, but they're small and they're not as impressive when you see them in the wild. They look like normal lilies. They're actually closely related to the lily family, but they're not something spectacular. But once the bulbs of tulips left Venice and reached Spain, and from Spain they went to Holland, and this is in the late 1500s. They encountered a virus that was found in trees, which served as a reservoir. The trees that were of apricots, cherries, and plums, and those kind of trees. And there was a common virus that was found there. It also could infect potato when potato was introduced in Europe, and it's called the POTI virus. POTI standing for POT is potato, and Y is Y virus. So potato Y virus was one of the viruses that infected the bulbs, and it caused the tulips to become spectacular. From being very predictable red and yellow or plain colored, they started to develop streaks and lines and different colors. In fact, at one time, the craze for tulips became so grand that ships laden with spices and linen and silks from India and China could be purchased by using just a single bulb of tulip. If it was grand and beautiful, that's the price that people were willing to pay for it. In fact, the craze went so out of hand that the first economic bubble in the world is actually called tulip mania. Now, tulips actually caused such a frenzy in Amsterdam and in much of Holland that people were betting on and putting their homes and warehouses and factories and ships on mortgage just to own a very fancy tulip. And once that came crashing, the first economic bubble also burst open. My second proposition is that this is how wild grapes look like. Now, the red thing that you see is called a pedicel. Now, pedicel is a wasteful thing because it's not edible. In fact, the wild grape itself is not edible because it's very bitter, the seed is large, and the pulp is very acidic. But what the virus has done for us, there have been 3 successive viral infections that created the bunchy grape that we know. I'm not going to go into the details. Again, please buy my book. Rice in wild. Now, this is a picture that I've taken in Jorhat. This is how the wild rice looks like. Notice that the spikes and spikelets at the bottom and on the top have not matured, right? They are not ripe. They're not ready for harvest. But a series of viral infections have ensured that the rice that you and I consume, that has been now been agriculturally possible, is something that ripens simultaneously. And this is something that has been an endowment given to us by the viral kingdom. So, and my final submission is that the American chestnut, these ghostly images that you see of trees, bottom right, just for scale, you can see a car, a very tiny car. It looks like a Tempo, but it's actually a huge Ford T. But the chestnut forest of America was completely devastated by an imported fungus. And once that fungus had taken root in just about every chestnut tree, the trees would die a very slow death. But then in Europe, some scientists found that there are two kinds of fungus. One is the extremely belligerent and virulent orange-colored fungus, the one that caused the decimation of the American chestnuts. But they also found a benign version of it. It was a gray fungus which had a virus in it. But if you apply the exudate of the gray benign virus, chances are that the orange virulent variety turns gray and becomes absolutely benign, and the tree would survive. Now, the whole process of recovery is taking place after 50 years or 60 years of its discovery. And slowly, the chestnut forests of America are recovering thanks to a virus that lives within the fungus that actually causes that disease. So by finding a virulent version and its own antidote in the body of the fungus, we're now able to use it against itself. So the virus actually neutralizes a virulent fungus. And my final takeaway points are this: why did I write a book on viruses when everybody was grappling and cursing the microbial world and viruses in particular? I thought there is something more to the virus story, and I think I've tried making 5 submissions to you. I have 7 other submissions in my book. Please go ahead and read it. Sorry, it's a hard sell by our author. But the point is that nothing in nature is wasteful. We are the ones who assign or castigate that wastefulness, that this is evil and this is good. And we also label life forms as bugs and critters, slimes, weed, gunk, whatever it is. Now, I think we do this at our own peril. If we are calling blue-green bacteria or cyanobacteria as slime or gunk or whatever we want to call it, we are being unfair to ourselves, because these are the creatures that are producing all the oxygen and sinking our carbon into the depths of the oceans, right? The same thing is with the viruses. I think it's time we stop generalizing and labeling things wrongly. And it's not only good for science, but it's also good for public relations and for making a better perspective, building a better perspective when it comes to the public. Because once something which is creepy and crawly is thought to be bad, everything has to be killed. That's not true, So my fervent plea is that please do not label all life forms as being derogatory or being out there to get the human race. That's not true at all. The more important thing is for students of IIT Jodhpur is to question everything. They cannot be a very simple, straightforward answer to complex natural phenomena. And for this, you need to stay curious. You need to ask questions. You have to ask for counterfactuals. You have to get into critical thinking, and you need to continue to question the methodology, the findings, and the rigor with which science gives you answers. Thank you so much for this opportunity again, Dr. Shantanu Chaudhary and Professor Mitali Mukherjee and everyone at IIT Jodhpur for inviting me. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lal, for that mind-boggling account on microbes, viruses, and how they've influenced the way life on Earth. Who would have thought some of these viruses have benefited humans and other life forms in their evolution and defense against more virulent pathogens? I'm sure that you've changed many minds on how we perceive microbes and viruses today. With that, we have now reached the end of today's program. I now invite Professor Mitali Mukherjee, Head, Department of Bioscience and Bioengineering, to please deliver the closing remarks and to propose a formal vote of thanks for this session. Professor Mukherjee.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, Dr. Mithai.
Thank you so much for this wonderful talk, Pranay, and it's always a delight to hear you. I do not know whether one should label you as an author or a scientist, because your accounts are so researched and they are so compelling, and they are so mind-boggling. And I am very, very sure everybody who picks up your book will actually see viruses in a very, very different light. And it's been a marvelous feast for us to hear you at the end of the day. And finally, I'd like to thank you all for joining us in this year's celebration of National Science Day. I am very, very sure that people who would have sat through all the lectures would kind of see that this is like celebrating really the science and technology, the achievements we've done so far. You could really see through the eyes of people who have been doyens of Indian science and have contributed to different research areas, how they've lived through those times, and how at every point one thing got very, very emphasized, that even if in the face of technology denial, in the face of scarcity, paucity, if you have the ability to think, you have the ability to be curious, and you have the ability to be competitive, I think we can perform in any which way. And it has also shown us that how at every point of time what was done was very, very relevant for that time. And the fact that we are so self-reliant, even if we do not realize that, is all because of so many people contributing in different ways. Some have contributed to the science of India, growth of India. Some have contributed to methods which are now being used by people all over the world. And I think it's in the 75 years of independence, it's a matter to kind of cherish, learn about all these achievements of ours, and also, as Dr. Ashutosh Sharma mentioned, we now need to think forward as to how, in this era of so much of technology, how we should not also lose touch with ourselves. So we have to start looking at natural world for more solutions. We have to start being empathetic towards how we do not become machines, and have the human sense, and start to question other things like consciousness and all. And finally, it culminated in actually showing that how science can also kind of lead the way to interesting outcomes or synthesis by way of Pranay's marvelous lecture. So I would like to thank Professor Chaudhary for thinking through this day. I think it's a unique kind of event in the country, that we have got such a marvelous lineup of speakers from the day. And also the Committee for Celebration of Commemorative Days, they really put up a wonderful effort to get this blended thing going, and all the students and the team Prometeo lab, and Dr. Shankar for taking this through the entire day despite all the glitches which he encountered, and all the people who have been here listening to us, and also our collaborating institutions, MGM and Jane Vyas, to be with us for celebrating this Science Day. So I thank you all, and I think we can formally close this day. Thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Mukherjee. On behalf of IT Jodhpur, thank you everyone for joining us today. I do hope that this event and the science that we heard from its champions will continue to remind us to uphold the scientific temper that our Constitution has entrusted each citizen with. Thank you and Jai Hind.